Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, good afternoon. It's just after midday for some of you, I guess. How's it going? Happy Friday. The weekend is almost upon us. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's get the in-game music kick in here. And we're good to go. Hello, hello. There we go. Ninja time. Balorda. Whoop. Lily Dryad, hello. Sticko. Guns and Raiders. Kiana Seska, hey. Zdenia, tune is banging. Absolutely. Lily Dryad, are you ready? Are you ready? I was born ready. Oh, people are inviting me to join stuff. Oh. I don't know who that is. If that's one of you guys, apologies. Invite me again. Let me know in chat. Banana, exactly. What a sexy trailer voice. In a world of voices. In a world of healths. Only one. I don't know, man. I'm all out. I need a new formula. But, hey, everyone. Xenia Guns and Raiders. How was you? Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Friday, exactly. Kiddings, meow. Yep, Moose. Hello, Flawless Sinner. Morning, you sexy man, beast you. Hey, nothing like a phrase quite like that to perk somebody up on a Friday morning. It is still morning for me, although not much left of it. I've been working on that video we talked about, the survivability video. We did a little sort of preview of that on stream. We talked about, you know, the 4 things that we can do. Without really sacrificing any damage, potentially, to get us to be less squishy. I came with a very fun thumbnail. Maya was a little bit sad at the thumbnail I chose, so let me find it for you. So I spent like an hour on this shit. Thumbnails take longer to make than you might realize, because you gotta come up with something that does the visual equivalent of standing in the marketplace and going, bananas, bananas here. You know, like those people screaming their lungs out at a market stall trying to get you to buy stuff. That is how I view a YouTube thumbnail. It's the very most basic of sales pitches. Check this out. What do you think? I spent way too long on this. But how's your throat today? It feels all right. I did mouthwash, I did a throat pastil, all of the usual things. I've had my tea, I've had my coffee, I've had everything to try and get myself ready. And everyone invites everyone in that hut. Yeah, that's true. Lily Dredd woke up at 5 in the morning and somehow couldn't sleep anymore, so I just did crafting writs. The poor mouse. I know, right? It's one of my favorite pets, the little Jaboa guy. So I thought, perfect to evoke some sort of a response. Bad card, no squishing the Jaboa. I didn't. It wasn't me. It's the Ascendant Lord. Can't you tell? Anyway. So, that's probably pending approval by you guys. And Maya. That's probably going to be the thumbnail for it. Xenia promised a friend to go out for some pub food, pool, and beers today. Wow. But after my massive drunken adventure this Tuesday, I have to say, I'm not that keen on it. Do it. Do it now. Just give yourself, I don't know, get some electrolytes before you go. Or during the hang. Do you have any electrolytes for, like, going hiking or bike riding or anything like that? Trust me. Take those before a biggie. Those electrolytes, they often come packaged with like vitamins and stuff. Either a tablet that you chuck in a glass or a little sachet of powder. Amazing. Just amazing. Always do that shit before a boozy hang. You have a few kilos of it? Awesome. Trust me, man. It'll make you an irresponsible teenager again when it comes to drink. That's the only problem. It makes you think, I am invincible. I remember that GoldenEye Bond movie where the guy's like, I am invincible. That's how it makes you feel. Which is usually not a good thing when it comes to drink. Yeah, I'll replace Ritz with IA and we're in the same boat, yeah. That thumbnail, though. Yeah, so is that good? Oh, it's got to get people's attention, and it has to have something to do with... If you make it has to have something to do with the content of the video. You can trick people with a bullshit thumbnail, but it's not going to work in the long run. I can't do that. I'm not looking for 50,000 clicks, and then no one will ever watch my channel again. I need you guys to come back, you know? So, the thumbnail has to say something that I'm actually going to pay off at some point in the video. Do I still have... I'm going to have to redo this quest then. Cool. Guns N' Raiders, hats off to you though. The thumbnail does stand out. It's already left a mark on my memory. The thumbnail makes me angry. I like it. Alright, cool. Nice. Hey, Calantax, look at that. Look at that watch streak. I love it. Hooray! I think myself personally, I would have used a Viroplasm. A Voriplasm. Yeah, yeah. It just has to be something that reads when it's very small. One of the good things with like a piece of concept art or an illustration, and particularly something like a thumbnail, zoom the fuck out. You know? Zoom, 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 zoom all the way out until it's really small. Does it still read? Because often people will cycle through these very fast. So they only look at it for a second, not even, like a split second, and it's often quite small. We look at Mr. Beast's thumbnails. They're kind of awful, but they're also kind of genius. You know, they tell you an incredible amount in a very short space of time. But he has like... I think he has literally 3 people on a team that make the thumbnails. That's crazy, isn't it? That's their only job. So they have so much budget and so much time to come up with each thumbnail, whereas I obviously have to do everything myself. What do you mean, come back? The only reason I leave is because you keep shutting the stream down. Talking about YouTube, man. IA in the morning. I love the smell of... Thoat Replicanum in the morning. What? Yeah, it took a few rounds before I stopped being unhappy. Nice. Plus, who cares if you step on a booger? People care about Jaboas. Yeah, well, there we go. Your A reminded me of the scene in Friends where Joey steps on an oyster. And so someone left a giant booger on the floor, or whatever. And you're making me think I made the right choice. Something that gets people's attention. I did originally, I had a picture of an Alfique, and there's a really, really amazing piece of not concept art. I'm not sure what it's for, actually. I'm guessing it's for Legends. It is a really awesome illustration of a Dromathro with a mace, swinging it back. So originally the idea was to have that, and an Alfique underneath about to get smashed. But it was too complicated. Didn't read when minimized or when zoomed out. Anyway, welcome on in. Welcome back to the stream. Today we're going to do some Witches Festival stuff. I am going to try soloing both bosses. I've definitely soloed the Crow before. I'm not sure I've soloed the Holojack guy. He's kind of a pain in the dick, isn't he? So it's not a thing I'd necessarily recommend doing. I just wanted to see... Everyone is plussing up like mad. I don't think people realize you can solo it. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just not worth it.
Enter and seek the flame-quenched bloom.
It's almost certainly better to group up and get it done quickly, but... I love these areas, by the way. I'm actually tempted to do this properly. Maybe I should do it properly. Ooh. Should we do this properly, like step by step? Ah, we can do it later. Lily Dried wrote in the Discord that there is an add-on for the event.
You're close to the flame-quenched bloom. I can feel it.
Wow.
Don't stop now.
Should I confuse people? An add-on for the event. What exactly does it do? It does look amazing in here. It's cool as fuck. And a Wood Elf's worst nightmare, right? Yikes. Terrifying. Crow is pretty easy. Holojack is annoying solo. Certainly not worth soloing it, apart from being able to say you did it. Yeah, there's nothing really difficult. It's just a pain in the butt. But I think a lot of people don't even realize they can, because the game kind of tells you, oh, you need to group up for this. Hiding phase is draining stamina fast. Yeah, if you're on a mag character, that's also true.
The fires are gone. Finally.
Where is she? There.
I felt it.
Hang on.
The flames. They no longer consume me.
So she was hiding in a boat in the middle of the water?
I saw you in the middle of them.
That's funny.
What happened?
76.5% on PSN EU so far. That's crazy. That is crazy. We're at 69. Hey, that's a good percentage. 0.2 more percent and we're done. Boring. That would be the coolest move ever. We get to 69 and everyone just stops. Nuh-uh. So, Finn. Tells you what gold skulls you still need for the day.
The flame. I don't remember.
Oh man, I keep forgetting to listen to her.
The flames.
Alright, I confronted Holojack in
No longer
detritus and put out the
consume me.
fires.
I felt it. A glimmer of hope rising.
Morning,
against the
Siren
fire.
Dawn Nightwish. How's
You
it
put out
going?
The fires. The blaze that followed me from detritus. You saved me from the flames.
How do you get this quest again? New character? Yeah, it's my Arcanist. He doesn't tend to do stuff like this. How did you end up in detritus?
I don't remember much, but there was something I needed to find, I think.
You remember anything else?
There was a totem? I carried something with me that guided me to Lord Holojack.
New day, same quest or not? Yeah, you don't need to do this one every time. I think is the point. Once you've done this on one character, on that character, you can go straight to the Holojack encounter every time. I think that's correct.
You saved this haunted, but there are others who need your help.
That's the priest talking to me. Definitely needed more variation. Thank you so much for the follow. TW20, how's it going? Lift a tail too, good morning. Lift that tail, baby. Love it. Welcome on in and happy Friday, happy Friday. Anyone want to do archive for the dailies? Yeah, sure. Hit me up. Where else are we going? Deshaan. Let me do this one over in Deshaan. Yeah, it's per character, yeah. So if I would go to my main or a couple of my other characters, they've already done this, and they won't need to do it. They can just go straight in to see Holojack himself. But I kind of wanted to remind myself... Oh, there's Lily Dryad already. Well, fuck it, let's go. Am I on a setup that's appropriate for IA? Let me just switch food, and then I'm good. I think. What the hell am I wearing, even? Ansel, Tidebot, you know what? That's fine. Let's go. So don't be shy, guys. Obviously, we've got a group now, but if anyone ever wants to do this, I cannot guarantee I will say yes, especially if I don't know you at all, but, generally, if I'm available, if I'm not doing anything else, then... Yeah. I didn't even know this was, I'm guessing this is an endeavor today? Oh, it's not even an endeavor, you just want to do the daily. Alright, fair enough. Why do I already have this? Marauder. Let me just slot my transformation. Just in case we get a Marauder and I'm not ready for it. Marauder, yeah, the drill. Join Ninja Ball's Discord and sign up for tonight's PCEU practice run. Ossian Cage. Yeah, please, please do. I'm not going to be able to make it to that one. But that's going to be a nice... Whoa, the hell was that? You're not allowed to quit at this time? I didn't realize I was trying to quit. Wow, the devs must really be worried if the "you are not allowed to quit" message is just coming up with such frequency. Nothing good.
No more malignancies? Excellent.
Excellent.
Sarandor Night Witch. I'm shopping with the missus. Ninja pulls while we wait in the car. Nice. Well, happy shopping. What are you going shopping for? I don't know if you're able to type very easily, but I hope it's something fun. Food, drink, that kind of stuff. Toilet paper. Very exciting. Oh, good call, Lily. Look at Lily being smart. Big brain. Summoning the pet. I should do the same. Alright, give me a sec.
Good and well done. These enemies were hardly a challenge for you.
Yeah, we just need a couple of DDs. It's a practice run in Ossian Cage, PCEU. Just join our Discord. As long as you know your way around trials and you've done this one at least once on normal and you understood generally what was happening, you'll be absolutely fine. Oh, I see you want the golden skull. Alright, well, let's go in 3, 2, 1, go. Half of my casts wouldn't go off. Still did 100k.
Master Malchus needs this fragment, and you need a portal.
Why do players not lie at night?
Needs something.
Why do ESO players not lie at night? Because we lie all day long. Zillion man, I've been trying to shop for a new monitor for months now and I just can't decide what to get. It's hard when it has to be a budget solution, but you still don't want it to be crap. I'm kind of in the same boat. I am going to be getting a new monitor, well, another monitor at some point soon, so that I can use my my editing rig for streaming. That is the plan. I think I'm going to wait for Black Friday. It's not that far off. Look at that stack. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I just tented my pants a little bit. Look at that. Amazing. Yeah, I hope you're cool with doing these, Lily. I always do these. Alright, do you want to cross? And I'll push these. What do we got? We got a 5. Definitely 5 first. 5, 2. 5, 2, 4. That's 5, 3, 4. Sorry. 2, 1, 6. 5, 3, 4, 2, 1, 6. Alright, let's go. 5, 3, 4, 2, 1, 6. Hey, we did it. Look at that. Your crutch alerts. It tells you the audio immediately. Disable everything else. No. That takes the fun out of it, Moose. I will always write the numbers into say chat. See, I know Lily's listening with just a few seconds delay, so it's fine. But yeah, that is a good tip. Probably not one I'm going to take. I have actually got crutch alerts. I just keep it turned off most of the time. I wish these stacks were a little bit tighter sometimes. Void Bash and Rune of Displacement and stuff just doesn't stack them. Doesn't do it. There you go, Flame Aura. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. Callan Tex, I do the same, yeah.
And therefore its own reward.
Alright, who is this? Alright, ready up, Imperfect. You are going to get deleted.
But I think you can handle this.
Sorry, Lily is like gotta wait for me to pull. Slightly lagged.
Took the mimic fragment out of an ink puddle. I'm ecstatic.
Powerful domain? Whatever, I'll take it. So yeah, you've just joined us. I just got asked by a viewer if we wanted to do a quick IA for the daily Tremora Plunder Skull. Normally I wouldn't bother, to be honest, but because we love our viewers around here, and it's fun. It's fun to do stuff together. Thought we'd give that a quick visit. We're going to do some dailies. We're going to do some Writhing War stuff. We are going to talk about single target versus AoE damage, I think, a little bit later. But basically, a Q&A on DPS. Anything you guys are... Anything that bothers you, or that is not clear, or that you think people don't understand, or don't appreciate. How about a quick, nice and relaxing fishing trip in Craglorn? I mean, I'd be game, but I have all the stuff there. There's literally nothing for me. As you know very well, I have. Man, everything just melts in Phase 1. The only annoying thing is that they're not more tightly stacked.
Your gifts from Hermaeus Mora are ready for you.
Fish don't drop plunder skulls. This is a very good point, Belorna. Yeah. I've no counter argument to that, yeah. Of course you don't.
I realized she could manifest like this. Still beyond.
Nearly
200k DPS. Between the two of us, we did 216.
Malchus calls these things mimic fragments, but it's more likely that they're
Just silly.
mimic fragments.
Silly stuff.
Just informing you.
Could suggest Solstice for furnishing plans. We could. What do you guys think is the most misunderstood or least understood aspect of dealing damage in this game? I'm curious. What do people think is like the biggest or most widespread or most important gap in general knowledge among players when it comes to damage? I'm not sure I can think of just one. I can think of a few candidates. You know, the fact that you need to stack
To create the next portal.
is top of mind. Oh, sorry, Lily, I just have this. But I'm guessing we're in here because you have the quest to deliver. Maybe not. Weaving, Kiraseska. Yeah, people either don't... they think it's more difficult than it is, or they don't understand what it's supposed to be, or why we do it. Look at Lily just looting everything. Stack, not damage intake, weave. Ooh, Lily got the flame orb. Nice, look at this.
It is less egregiously hostile here.
Barely even need to cast anything. Just get him stacked and then the flame orb does the rest. Love it.
Assured, no enemies left upright.
Sets, monster sets.
Excellent.
Hey, Gumbro, how's it going? Welcome, happy Friday.
We should get another mini fragment from this one.
Zajasa. Man, my ult, almost every time it's not casting. How infuriating. Hey, that's your gold, Lily, I'm sure, not mine. I never pick that,
Fragment. Oh, there it
a verse, so whenever it happens and then I take it, I'm usually stealing from Maya in the process. Let's take a pocketful emissary, fuck it. Like, this guy kind of annoys me because they pull ads away from the stack. Happy Friday, Gumbro. Yeah, exactly. Hope you've had a good week. Welcome on in, everybody. This is Khan, by the way. You're watching Ninja Polls. We are doing a little bit of IA just for the gold Dremora Plunder Skull this morning. Very smartly suggested by Lily Dryad here. And yeah, after that usual event stuff, probably focusing on the Witches Festival event rather than the wall today. And I'm hoping we'll have time for some DPS Q&A and some Morrowind story maybe. Sorry, my camera movement in here is very erratic. I'll try to keep it to a minimum because you guys aren't getting the frame rate I'm getting, so it might not be as pleasant to watch. But I do like zoom the camera back and forth. I like this this room because you can stack them all fairly easily. Why did my rune not do anything? This makes me sad. This displeases me.
Doesn't look too out of sorts.
Seam TV! Hello, nice to meet you. Same to you. Welcome on in. I'm noticing you don't mean minor X won't stack with... Oh, I see, yeah. Buffs, how they work. Yeah, you know, the same buff won't stack unless they are the major and minor versions. Alright, let's go. And Lily, I'm guessing you want to stop here? We can do a little bit more and get a Marauder if you like for that daily as well. Boop. I have aggro, so you can just make sure the orbs are hitting her. No, they're my orbs, aren't they? Fuck. Trying to move as little as possible. I'll just die already. Boop rock. I think my record for killing her solo is 7 seconds or something like that. With, by myself. With 2. Hey, we get tickets, we get a skull, get the daily.
Meet me back where we met. We should talk about what happened.
Johnny, hello, hello.
There are more malignancies and other Thoat replicants.
This is what I do not like about all these events. All the things which, if you're new, this is great. I totally get that. I don't want to be too grumpy about it because there are plenty of people who will enjoy getting these drops for the first time. But if it's your second, certainly your third or higher year doing these events, it's just a lot of stuff that you immediately have to delete from your inventory. How easy is it to get into Elder Scrolls Online Endgame, starting from a fresh account? It depends. There's a lot to learn about the game, but there are also many, many resources to help you get there. So if you're one of those people, you have a reasonable amount of time, say 10 hours a week, maybe not even that, maybe 6 hours a week to actually play the game. But if you've only got time for 2 or 3 hours per week, you know, if you're a normal person with a job and kids and whatnot, then I think it could be harder. But yeah, I've seen people get there very quickly, within months. Within like 6 months of starting. I've seen a couple of people do that, but they were both very big MMO guys. And if you're not in so much of a hurry, and it also depends what you mean by end game. If you just mean doing group trials, you know, the 12-person raids, basically, I don't think it needs to take that long, but some people can take years, but it's not because they can't go faster, it's because they don't want to. They don't need to, they're not in a rush, and they just kind of take the game as it comes. But yeah, honestly, it needn't take very long. The problem is, the game is a little bit confusing, and there are some I hate to say it, but there are some content creators out there who really don't offer great advice. Either because, I think mostly when that happens, it's because they don't play the game. They used to play a while ago and they built up. There are a couple of very prominent names who literally do not play the game. They haven't done in years, but they're still offering advice every patch, just on a sort of an almost automated basis. So you get a lot of bad advice, people following dead-end advice, and then having to relearn a bunch of things later. That'll obviously slow you down, but if you're lucky or a little bit sharp and discerning as to, you know, buying the right newspaper, getting your news from the right website, if you adopt that approach in terms of who you listen to and so on, then yeah, I think you can get there very quickly. And Veloci, I personally either don't read or forget passives. Yeah. And Belorda's saying, yeah, I mean major won't stack with major. Yeah, you can't have major expedition or major resolve twice. That would be crazy busted. And Zenyu, first time I ever actually seemed to do 140k DPS constantly. Really happy with that on my crap sword character. That's great. Are we talking dummy or is that in content? Either way, excellent. High five. And Veloci also maybe how much proper skills can increase damage? Often I see people overstacking on defensive buffs. Yes. So this is part of what I want to talk about in the video that we're making. How to build defensively without losing any damage, or without, like, while still being a damage dealer, capital D, you know? Guns and Raiders, I'm guilty myself sometimes. I refuse to copycat a build without understanding how it works. Fair enough. Yeah, define endgame, exactly. Thank you, True, for the stretch. And Moose, console add-ons, finally. Let me move my attribute bars. Now I can finally see them moving. My eyes in completely different directions all over the screen. Gotta choose a vision. Choices between crystalline strikes, crystalline fortification, and crystalline support. Game may be trying to tell me something. I'll go for strikes first, but they're all good, ultimately. Funny thing is how those streamers... I know those streamers, yeah. Oh, if they're streaming the game, then that's something. But there are a lot of people who literally... I don't mean they don't play endgame stuff and offer endgame advice. Like TC Lee, who's a really nice guy, and offered some very decent tank advice back in the day. He did continue pursuing... He would offer advice sometimes on hard modes that he hadn't done. And that's tricky. That's a sticky wicket. I think that's kind of a... Well, no, it's not ideal, but that's totally forgivable. But no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who stopped playing the game long ago. I'm thinking of two in particular, but whose websites are popping with builds and stuff like this all the time. And I'm not going to say who they are, because I don't want to shit-talk anyone. That's not what it's about. It's more about... I don't want you guys to have your time wasted. Do you need the face marking? I mean, I haven't got it yet, but I'm sure I will get it. So maybe see if you can sell it. Anyway, sorry for the delay there, Lily. Let's go.
I've seen you defeat greater challenges.
I don't even remember what vision I got now, what words I got. It's barely even worth beaming. I get like off 1 second of beam. Oh yeah, that was it, the postulant glob thing. Nice. Ooh. You have a list of your add-ons? And there's a list right here, but I do not suggest having this many. I've got a bunch of optional ones for trials, and as you can see, many are inactive. Well, thank you very much. How kind. Can I give you anything in return? How much is this worth? In case anyone hasn't seen these yet, let's have a look. Oh, for God's sake. Stupid Arcanist looking down. What? I just turned that personality off. I thought I did. There they are. It's just over one eye. It's fairly subtle. The body markings are pretty cool. Don't take and wait for the window to disappear. It's only talking dummy at this point, but I can notice the difference in my gameplay as well. I think I'm starting to pick up pretty well. Awesome! I'm glad to hear it. That's great fun. Confused. Always the left one to bring the choices of focused efforts up. I guess that's true, yeah. So the add-ons, I would recommend Incognito primarily, just personally. I use LUI Extended. That is the one which makes my health bar, magicka bar, stamina bar look like this. You do have to customize it quite a lot to get it to look like this. I have an add-on called Perfect Pixel, which... get rid of that. Which makes my menus look like this. You know, full height. I am playing in 4K, so they won't be this small for everyone. What else? Action duration reminder for the bars. But yeah, we do have a channel on our Discord which is all about add-ons. And then finally, I guess, a Wizard's Wardrobe. For switching gear sets, you can even set it to happen automatically. And maybe combat metrics as well. I love that thing. And then if once you join groups, trials, and such, then there are like 100 other add-ons that you might want to consider. But I try not to have too many. Hey, we got a Marauder. It's Bitog. Let me grab my transformation. Which one did I get? Oh, I got the Ice Avatar. Hell yeah. This guy is fucking dead. Problem is, I can't do that again. But we're just... yeah, I think we're done now, right? Because we got the dailies, both of them.
Make your choice while Master
That is why these are worth having. If you're just doing a quick visit, and you're solo, or you're with two players that aren't very tanky, if you're just doing very early arcs, then you can pop a transformation verse and usually get the drop on whatever Marauder you get. Bitog is probably one of the worst ones. Him and, what's his name? Gothmau, they're definitely the two hardest in terms of incoming damage. The others you probably don't even need a transformation verse for. But those two, I usually pop one. Otherwise, it's just a dodge fest. You know, getting out of all of their heavies, and you might run out of stam and then die. But yeah, thanks, Lily. That was awesome.
I hope you. What's the point in being
Sweet.
a spectre if I can't make those who killed me suffer?
Before you port anywhere, Lily, where has she gone? I have the other one. You want to continue until we have what are they called? Fabled done. All right. Well, before we forget. Let me come trade you. Just in case. In case you need any of this stuff. Bonk, bonk. That's what we got so far. Then no visions for me. Yeah, that's why I'm here. My time is well spent. Thanks, Guns N' Raiders. But our friend accidentally pressed revive at Way Shrine, so we lost the vision selection last time we were in IA. Oof. Veloci, Pedogrod. I remember getting dragged into a Yon hard mode 2 months into playing. No way! With my 20k DPS Zynode Magblade. That is a trap that many newbies might fall into. Yeah, and they think it's their fault. Or something. Or they blame, like if they get a bit of a toxic reception because they weren't ready for the content, they might blame the quote-unquote end gamers. You're definitely right about that. Yeah, that is, I can imagine, that is a thing that can happen to a lot of people through no fault of their own. And then they can have a bad experience, and they take away the wrong message from that. That endgamers are dicks, or that they are shit at this game is really hard. Whereas in fact, they just weren't prepared. I love it, he's dead, but his attack still continues. Yeah, Incognito, I hope that was helpful.
Forget to make your choice before
And
traveling
thank you
to
very
the
much for the
next
follow,
land.
Sarandor Nightwish. Amazing. Make your choice while master. Yeah. Need 3 more of the ads. Myun, don't know why, even though this event is always the same every year. Been looking forward to it. I'm enjoying it. Also, hello. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think there's something about the Witches Festival and New Life that I just like the atmosphere. The Jubilee is probably the one that I dread. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just... yeah. Oh no. See, this is why I hate the pets. I'm not even going to bother interrupting you. Oh, there was a little scamp. I missed it. Sorry.
Master Malgus must have this mimic fragment. It's a matter of some urgency, he says.
Velociano, there was no toxicity and we cleared it after a few days, but later I got coached into more proper building. Then, yeah, then that was a nice experience. But yet, a lot of people could easily have that. And like I said, through no fault of their own. No fault of their own whatsoever. Even the people that I tend to moan about, the ones who queue for pledges when they're really not ready, if they just don't understand how unready they are, and the game is making this available to them, it's kind of hard to... there's only so much you can criticize that decision, I think. And it definitely happens. A lot of people get the wrong takeaway from that. Having run a guild for 5 years, Maya and I have seen a lot of people get completely the wrong idea when they try and do pledges. And they will then come back and say, oh my god, everyone was such a dick. And we will ask, you know, sometimes on voice, sometimes in guild chat, sometimes in Discord chat, what happened. And then they'll explain, and it's like, see, this is what you did wrong. Not your fault, you weren't to know, but this is why you pissed everyone off. It happens a lot. And because the game does such a terrible job at telling you that Overworld is nice and easy, this is like an introduction to ESO. Dungeons is where shit gets real, you know? I'll take the left wing.
You're here to call the tome shells. Get to it.
I got one. Mine. Hey, we're getting there. We might actually get this. I feel like low-key this is the hardest thing in here. And one of the best things in here. Oh shit, I think I missed that one. Oh, Lily got it. Nice one. Cool.
Good riddance and well done.
Most people are definitely not bringing many 20k DPS new players into hard mode trials. Yeah, when I say dragged into, I thought via, you know, a pug or someone in zone chat. But yeah, that's cool. If you're actually in a guild and people have a sense of responsibility to newer players, that's perfect, man. Yeah, I think you did get lucky with that experience, but still. No one checked until it was over, and there was no blame. Just, yeah, I did not realize I was unready. Like I said, a lot of people must have that. Johnny! Started the Cold Harbor Zone today, just started the north side, and absolutely loving the quest line. Right? I think Cold Harbor is definitely a little bit dated visually, but I think there's a lot of fun stuff in there. And it kind of gives you a nice wrap-up of all of the zones that you've done. It's fun doing it again after you've got Cadwell's Gold, I gotta say. Because you'll recognize more of the stuff. You know, if you're a packed character, you won't have that much... you know, the Wood Elf stuff won't mean as much to you. But if you played through all the Valenwood stories and everything, I don't know, it hits a little bit different. Plus the 3 villains that you get to meet. Angoff, Kinlady Estrie, and who's the other guy? Can't remember. Yeah. But Lord, I really think they should change the level restrictions for vet content. Yes, the damage increase is really high, but sending people right after they hit level 50 into vet content is just so dumb. It's also dump, yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's just, you put doors in, and I think they want us to be able to make mistakes. You don't want a nanny state video game which puts guardrails around everything necessarily. But yeah, some sort of, it's hard to know. A way of teaching players that, hey, you are going to have pressure put on your survivability and your damage that you have not experienced yet. The best way to do that, I think, is to actually do it. It's to ramp up the pressure. Other games do it all the time during Games Fest. Think how many times our progress was gated by something.
And therefore its own reason.
For those who don't know, Games Fest is where we spent 43 days on this channel. We played ESO, but we played a different game every single day. And we talked about it in detail, about its production, and commented on how it works, why it works, what's good about it. Sweet. Are you a completionist doing all the quests? Johnny was, that was for you, Johnny. And Veloci, wasn't the requirement for Vetra's CP160? Vaguely remember doing it, but it was like a year ago. I think before you can enter, but you can port to a group that's already in there, for example. But still, those are just numbers, it doesn't mean anything. I definitely think the game would have benefited. I think it's pretty much too late now, but it would have benefited it massively from, where's the Fable? There it is. From a situation where you encounter things that gradually increase the pressure on you as a player. Is that all of them, Lily, or do you want to continue? I'm just going to stand in the stupid here. Moose saying, yeah, I sort of agree. I'm more surprised in Pugs by good low C player than by high CP players. We need a better way than CP. Yeah. Guns already was saying my very first online build was from Deltia Gaming back in 2016-17. Used for a week before being directed to ask guild members on builds and understanding their concepts on the build. You're the second online build I've followed, and this is why it's got me into that a bit extra DPS for my pure build. Nice. Well, Deltia did stop playing. At least he played much more seriously and was making, as far as I'm aware, I think in his original run he was making guides to help players. I think when he came back he may have been more interested in making guides to make guides, but I actually don't know. He's not one of the ones I was thinking of earlier, that's for sure. So this one is 3. 3, 1, 4? Yeah. 5. 5, 2, 6, I guess. 3, 1, 4, 5, 2, 6. Come on, this target is out of range. That's not what you want to see. Alright, let's catch up with the chat now properly. But yeah, thanks for the kind words, Guns N' Raiders. I need to, that reminds me again, I need to spend more time updating all of this stuff. It's crazy. But Lord, yeah, you don't have any requirements for trials because players sort of decide, yeah, here, level 50, now you can join vet content. And people believe that they have to enter vet now because the game is telling them that they can. Yeah. Yeah. Just don't be under level 50, I think. And Gunbro, often in dungeons, the mechanics for the boss are presented in the trash mob just before. Yes. And that is ESO's version of that. It's very similar to what I was just describing. But that rarely applies to the first boss, which is often a pug killer. Yeah, like the ogre boss on Scalecaller, when right after you kill them, you get the same thing happen in the trash mob form. I mean, there is an NPC saying, don't let them get close to one another. But yeah, this is also fairly early in the days of DLC dungeons with more advanced mechanics. But yeah, that's a great point, Gunbro. What I was talking about is very much a version of that. So in Doom, the Dark Ages, for example, once you've finally got all the stuff that you need for your shield, the game makes sure it literally won't let you leave this particular spot. It'll keep spawning Hell Knights to pounce on you until you have parried enough of their attacks. If you kite them and just shoot them dead, it will just keep spawning them. So eventually you'll run out of ammo or whatever. It forces you, without you necessarily realizing you're being forced, it sort of nudges you that you absolutely have to engage with these melee monsters in a melee manner. You have to time your parries, and that is how to defeat these guys. And there are other examples of games that do this very, very well without making you feel like you're being frozen in time. You know, the worst thing you can do is pause, and then a big thing comes up to tell you how to do things. That is the thing I dislike most about Kingdom Come Deliverance and Warhorse. That is the way their tutorials work. The first time you enter a fist fight, the game pauses and your screen is filled with an essay about fist fighting. It's like the worst way to do it, because by the time you've finished reading it all, you've already forgotten the first half, and then you have to put it into practice. Yeah, it's a very tricky thing to do, very difficult, I think. But we talked repeatedly about this in Games Fest, about the games that do this really well without you noticing. They sneak up on you and teach you how to play. I even read a review of Doom Eternal once that said, as actually a review of the DLC, The Ancient Gods Parts 1 and 2, and they said, right, it turns out the entire base game for Doom Eternal was a really, really long 20-hour tutorial. And now we get to play the real deal. Now they're just going to throw everything at us and say, all right, tutorial over. I hope you were paying attention. Here's the DLC. Go die. And yeah, it's not quite correct to call the whole thing a tutorial, because that makes it sound boring. It's not. It's a wickedly fun game. But the fact is, it teaches you a million things without you necessarily realizing. It just kind of happens organically, but it is by design. In the same way that Valve are masters of getting you to learn this about the world, or this about your weapon. You never feel like you're being railroaded or talked at by the game, but you are, actually. Genius, I love it. Love that kind of shit. Lily Dried, awesome. Thank you for this. Thank you very much. There is no raid finder like the dungeon finder, so there are no restrictions except being level 50. Yeah, and I don't think there should be a raid finder. If I understand it correctly, if I remember this right, there was an old school, like a queue for trials, and it was awful. It just didn't work at all. So they removed it. And ever since then, people have been asking for it. Again, this point I make repeatedly about gamers being the turkeys who vote for Christmas. We routinely ask for things that are not in our interest, that will not work. If we actually get them, we'll realize, oh, that actually sucks. But they've found a nice middle ground, I think, with the group finder, so that the players have agency over what they're asking for. You know, I think that's a good way of doing it. Anyway, but Lord was saying there, yeah, that was it. And Moose saying, I constantly see 1k CP players in pugs who are clueless and who do 20k DPS while running into a different time zone to avoid all the group buffs. We need something to make people ready. I think a lot of it is just player curiosity. Like, if you're a curious person, you will read your tooltips. You will try playing with other people. I think eventually people get it, but yeah, I know what you mean. We can play a lot of the game inside a bubble, and then we can escape all of the good advice that's out there. Or we're unlucky. We have a bad experience, which puts us off interacting with other players or listening to their advice, because we think they're trying to change how I play. It's not that. They're trying to help you most of the time. Even if they're a little bit clumsy or rude about it, they are trying to help. Or if you the first content creator that you come across from a glowing recommendation from a guildie who doesn't have a clue what they're talking about, and it's someone who stopped playing the game years ago, or their advice is very out of date or niche or just bad, it can easily happen. Yeah, it can easily happen through no fault of the player in question. And Veloci was saying, yeah, the players is what made me stay. I think little to no toxicity outside of PvP, and very helpful and patient with newbies. That's awesome. I love that. That's the kind of guild that Maya has built here, and it's... people don't believe it when we describe what we actually have. They think Ninja Pulse is just a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel. It is a guild. It is a series of prog groups, teaching runs, etc. And we genuinely do the endgame stuff as well as teach brand new people off the boat, you know, what to do and how to do it best. But we don't force anyone to do anything our way. Not until you join a very ambitious prog group that has very specific goals in mind. That's the only time when the raid leader will literally tell you, no, don't bring a mag blade, a pure class mag blade. Bring something like this, and we can have you in the group. But other than that, it is possible to do it this way. It just takes a lot of work. Johnny Belorda, sorry I was glued to the screen. I'm a new player. So if you're a completionist, yeah, is what we were asking. Played Castlethorn hard mode on NA 2 days ago. This is Belorda. The leader was wearing Leeching Plate and Undertaker. PvP, tanky traits on the gear, Warden Bear, Matriarch, Clanfear, Taunt on back. What even is that? It's obviously not a healer, but what the hell even is that build? It doesn't even sound like a PvP build. Bizarre. There should be a bannable offense. Well, it shouldn't. They're not doing it to be a dick. They just don't know. Did you clear? Yeah. Veloci Pedogrod. And since I started playing with hard mode early, this is the content I enjoy most. There might also be found a few nice groups. It's going to be a bit of both. The content is amazing, but it ultimately is the sandbox that we play in. In an MMO, the players ultimately are the content. That's true of PvE. It's true of PvP, because no matter how many glorious and excellent stories they come up with, how many beautiful zones they release, you're never going to be busy every week for 12 months. It's just not going to happen. You need the repeatable content in PvP, trials, dungeons, arenas, whatever. I think as a solo player, you're going to run out of road. It's only a matter of time. And the gold in this game is the group content. It's the people. Yeah, there are dicks everywhere. ESO is no exception. But I think there are far fewer of those people in this game than you'll typically find in online gaming experiences. Don't think that's controversial at all. I think that's just a fact. And it's been well established. This community ain't perfect, but it's... I think it skews a little older for a start. It skews a little nerdier and less edgy than, say, Fortnite or something like that. People are here because they want to be here. And that can lead to
Travel to detritus.
a lot of superior experiences when it comes to other people. So yeah, if you run into some dicks, don't despair, I guess. What she was saying, got a few trifectas under my belt, even though I'm still relatively new. Often find myself in discussions of the good old days, while not having any experience before Arcanist. I see. Yeah, what's the name of the guild you joined? Feel free to plug them here, and let us know which server they play on. A Flawless Sinner said, yeah, back during the good old vet days, I went to Craglorn the second the game I could, said I could, got riggedy wrecked. Yeah. I recognize that. Players are so eager to teach me stuff. That is what it's like in PvP and PvE.
Detritus can be
They want that community to grow. The whole every time we hear talk of gatekeeping in ESO, I want to laugh and also cry because it's complete bullshit. It simply doesn't exist. It's people trying to come up with a reason to explain an interaction they've had in the game, or why. It's blaming other people for something which is on you, or something which you can fix. And it's way too tempting, and we do it very, very readily. But yeah, players are so eager to teach in PvE and PvP. Only because the tank and second DD was so good. Lily, no worries. Thank you. Thank you for suggesting. And Erin, hello there. Give it up for Erin, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Friday. How's it going? How have you been? Have you had a good week? A lot of WoW got a trial finder. People in Germany call it Fool Lottery. Story mode, but it's really bad. Interesting. Erin, I'm going to stay awake till 1 billion o'clock tonight and bring down the wall. Hell yeah. I'm right there with you, Erin. Let's go. But Lord, the announcement window is telling us the event will go on for 3 days. Yeah. My own. Honestly, I used to think Castle Dawn Harbor was so hard, but now it's very doable. I don't mean before subclassing, but yeah. Seen some terrible sets on supports, even in trials. That is an example of a place that got a lot easier just because of power creep. But yeah, once your group got coordinated, some people even threw barriers in the early days to get the trifecta over the line. Because once you get into that second execute, you just don't want to risk it. If somebody makes a mistake. But yeah, my group found that we didn't need to bother. We just made sure we had major expedition. Easy. I was referencing the "but did you die" meme, yeah. Moose, I know that they're not generally being malicious, Khan, but you and I have very different views on humans and what is acceptable. A-Blade and the bona fide, or bona fide. Welcome on in. I studied Latin at university, studied medieval history, and during my master's degree I had to learn how to translate medieval Latin documents. That was actually by far the most rock star part of that. Very, very dry academic experience was going to cathedrals around the UK and yeah, getting to actually open up texts that were 1,000 years old and stuff like that. So yeah, that's why I said bona fide, because that would be the Latin pronunciation. Most people don't say that. Say bona fide. So apologies if I'm saying your name wrong. The bona fide bee. Welcome on in either way. And Belordo was saying, I'm cursed. When I queue as a healer, I get 3 clueless Oakensol users, or 2 DDs who do 10k DPS combined. When I queue as a tank, the healer's really bad. Yikes. Just do dungeons with me, Belordo. We'll be fine. Veloci Pedograd, the guild I was in is the longest. Oh, they just disbanded. I'm running some in Ninja Balls too. Awesome. Alright. Fair enough. Belordo, not gatekeeping when I decide not to play with certain players. Exactly. Exactly. Also, the door, like... This is an example that Maya used ages ago. She literally took her character... Get lost. Stop doing that. Here. We had a close-up shot of her just walking towards the door to Sunspire. Said, who the fuck is gatekeeping you? The door is right there. Go do it. No one is gatekeeping you from anything. That's how we got started. We made a group and we went and did it. We didn't do what anyone else was telling us to do. We just taught ourselves and each other how to do these trials, sometimes on normal first. Usually we went straight in on vet. And then we would do the hard modes later. And we got through... most of it. I think this is by 2020. So the newest trial would have been Rockgrove. And we'd done all of the hard modes except Cloudrest, Sunspire, and Rockgrove. We did the Kind Aegis ones. We were going to do Sunspire, but then I wanted to get VCR plus 3, and it broke the group. There were too many people who just weren't ready. They hadn't leveled up their game enough, and it was a bad call. Also, that was during Greymore, where the performance was absolute shite. It was just dreadful. So yeah, anyway. Hey Cyborg, how's it going? And Mayun, you're waiting decades if you queue as a DD. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. On NA, I've only got a DD, so I will queue and do other stuff meanwhile. The hardest part of Castle Dawn is getting to the getting the circle to not bug out. Honestly, I've never had that. I don't even know what people are talking about. So, I've done that dungeon, it must be 100 times. I've never seen the circle bug out, so I don't know what that is. But I'm guessing it's avoidable. Or it's just a matter of luck. Gunbro saying, yeah, I run the tether skill from Alliance War on my healer just in case someone got it bugged so I can have that person on the leash. Nice, I see. Lily, you gotta take a nap. Thank you for I8. No worries. We'll see you later. And Muon, by the way, speaking of sets, an old guild I was in would organize trials, and one of the healers was adamantly swearing by the Rattle Cage set. Rattle Cage. Like, healers would get asked to run SBC, Rojo, etc. It was written in Discord, and the guy would still wear his Rattle Cage. We asked him to switch. After first boss, he went back to Rattle Cage. Just a quick reminder, guys. Oh, getting ported out, obviously. That makes no sense at all. Why did they think that Rattle Cage was good? Like, I've definitely run into some people who think that, oh, what's the one from Western Skyrim, Winter's Respite? People, that's a terrible healing set. It's absolute dog shit. But I can completely understand why people would think that was good. I get it. This, I do not get. Why on earth do they think this was good? Weird. That's very weird, Mion. Yeah. Kick, block, delete, blacklist. If I was the raid lead, I would have to use live log and kick the dude mid-trial. Yeah. Yeah, what's this bug? I've never saw it happen either. Yeah. Maybe it's a type of a class or a skill that bugs it out. Who knows? Veloci Pedogrod, I also did a couple of progs with Kato and Wonky's group. Oh yeah, I know those guys. They've stopped playing too. Yeah, they came over from console, right? And they joined Ninja Polls, and it was all about, yeah, let's join your groups. But I think they wanted their own groups. So before I knew it, they had their own groups running on a different Discord full of Ninja Polls players, which they'd recruited from our Discord. I was a little like, guys, all you have to do is ask. You can run things here.
I saw my answer.
But they were really nice. It's a shame they've stopped playing.
The realm of detritus. One haunted
They were really good fun to hang out with. Guess people get carried away with wanting to do their own thing, which I understand. The reason we started was because the guild we were in was really cool, but the guildmaster was basically absent. He was practically still a teenager. He did a lot of weed. He was an absolutely lovely guy, but couldn't organize a piss up in a brewery. And he didn't really want to be an organizer. He just wanted everything to be neat and tidy. And Maya said, well, hey, I'll do that for you. But we never tried to take ownership of anything. It was only when we got to the point where some of our groups were really good, and we had a lot of really, really skilled players, then there started to be a little bit of a conflict between the type of guild and the type of raiding guild that this was. That's when we decided to set up another one. But we still maintained great relationship. Like, we're still friends with him now. And he's referred so many people over to us once they got to the point where, yeah, I want to get into trials or take trials a bit more seriously. Just gonna delete that. I don't care about that. And too many quests. Look at this. Ugh. I hate a quest log that's full like this. Don't need that. Yeah, we need to go to Stormhaven, don't we? Yeah, it happened to me that you don't see the red circle. That sucks. Rattle Cage didn't remember what it does, yeah. Because it's heavy armor and he thought he was safer wearing it. That's why. Oh my god. I thought it would be like the weapon and spell damage gives me higher tooltips. Oh my goodness. 5-piece, yeah, maybe just brutality and sorcery. Veloci Pedogrod ran some weird Germans that insisted on running Bogdan. Again, that one is a bit like Winter's Respite. I understand. At least that does healing. Again, folks who don't remember what Bogdan the Night Flame does. It's just a healing AoE, right? Why is it not coming up? I could have sworn it was called Bogdan the Night Flame. It is, or whatever. When you heal yourself or an ally, you have a 20% chance to summon a totem, which heals you and your allies within 5 meters for 2k per second. It's, yeah, it used to be okay, but it was just an extra hot. And it was because we didn't have other things like Ozazan, Symphony of Blades, which are infinitely more valuable, you know? Yeah, so I guess that depends, Pedogrod, on when they were doing this, when they were insisting on it. I used Rattle Cage a lot when I was clueless, fair enough, along with Soulshine. Soulshine, I remember collecting that. That was used in PvP for Magplas a while back. I don't think it was ever great, but there was some synergy in running that set. Stuns was generally a stronger option, but Cyborg, yeah, I remember that one. I actually collected it for that purpose, before the sticker book was a thing. And Moose, I have a personal guild bank guild. One upside is I can put all these complete clowns I run into the guild blacklist, and if they ever change the name, I will know who they are. Jeez. But Lorda, once joined VLC Hardmode as a replacement, they pulled me into the first boss fight. Suddenly Winter's Respite procced under my feet. Oof. No. No. What does that do again? Can't find it. Yeah, the set itself is called Night Flame. Must be an old player. It was reversed for me. I came over to Ninja Balls from Cartos. Ah, fun. Fun, fun, fun. There's some real weird Germans insisting on bad set. Nothing to do with the Germans. They're everywhere. And it's a symptom of human nature or whatever. It's part of our, it's innate to our behavior that we will often, we don't enjoy the process of introspection and self-critique. I don't mean criticizing ourselves, but you know, being self-reflexive and thinking, I believe that such and such is a dick, or I believe that this political party is the one to vote for, or I believe that this particular group of people suck, or whatever it is, and we really do not enjoy analyzing those opinions and testing them just internally, just as a thought experiment, like seeing if we are right, or if we're just being emotional about something, or if we're letting our first impressions taint our objectivity on an issue. You know, it's classic fare in movies and TV as well. And bizarrely, that behavior is just as evident when it comes to like a set in a video game that you once thought was good. Even if all the evidence proves, no, this is objectively bad now, because it's a thing that you have said and that you have believed in, it's good. We are very reluctant to, yet we resist it. And we throw our objectivity away very, very quickly. And we don't recognize that we're doing it. But it's very weird to see that level of devotion to a bad set. Which is, you know, you look at the numbers for 1 second and see, well, yeah, you don't want to use that. But then you'll find 10 people claiming it's the GOAT.
This haunted needs your help.
But yeah, this form of self-reinforcing prejudice. Oh, there's an actual term for it. I love that, by the way.
Hello there.
That guy running across. Like ingrained bias. What? Oh, come on. Help me out, guys. What's the type of bias that I'm talking about? I'm being dumb. Well, you know, like when we read an article that is critical of, like if we're a Trump fan and we read an article that's critical of something that he's done, we will immediately start, oh, I don't want to read this. Or anything else. Anyway. And the Bonafide B, thanks for the warm welcome. Of course, that's what we do around here. Or we try to do, when I can catch up with chat. And Aaron, yeah, Steve Bogdan's an okay set. When DLC Dungeons and Mythics were not a thing. Larry Darren, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome on in. Drops, Jack Dill. All you need to do is watch. I can't remember the exact times, but it's like 1 hour, 4 hours, 8 hours, if I'm not mistaken. for all 3 drops, and you have a long time to get them. So if you've got to go and do something else, you can either lurk in the stream if I raid off, which I won't do for hours, but if I do, I will raid to another channel that's in this same category. So if you just want to lurk at any point, you'll still get the drops. Just make sure your Twitch and ESO accounts are linked. Not your Steam account, ESO. I know that's obvious, but it's worth saying. Jack will say, hey, returning to ESO but new on PC. Any tips for when I get to endgame? Join a nice guild. Nice is key. People who don't mind talking about multiple content creators or sources of information. It's a big red flag if you find someone who's like, no, I only follow this creator, or I only listen to them. That is how bubbles of misinformation form. And I totally get it. Like, if you're a fan of 8 Puppies, or Skinny Cheeks, or Zynode, or Ninja Pulls, if you just love the way that they do things, yeah, why would you want to look elsewhere? Especially if someone might disagree with them. But yeah, beware of that. If people are too devoted to a single source of information, all sources on this game will eventually get something wrong. Some of them do it regularly. So yeah, I guess those would be 2 of the best tips, really. But hang out here. You can join our Discord. We try not to let these kind of bubbles form. Like just yesterday, one of the people in my guild was correcting me on a minor point. I was giving someone advice on how to increase their DPS, and I suggested remorphing Relentless Focus to Merciless Resolve, you know, the Nightblade bow proc. And this person who's actually used that rotation said, actually, you might want to keep it the way it is because of da-da-da-da-da. So, any Discord like that, Wild Heart, Ninja Pulls, yeah, they'll sort you out. And just be wary of people getting too ideological or too attached to a certain way of doing things. It's just a game. People have preferences, and we can all get things wrong as well. So yeah, welcome back. This germ thing, we always did it this way, we won't change. Yeah, that's alright, that's true. I have to admit, that is true. I've seen that a lot with TeamSpeak, which is, I'm sorry. It used to be fine, but now that we have Discord, and Discord gets better with every passing year, the insistence on some German prog groups that I've been in, but first-hand experience of this, their insistence on using TeamSpeak is baffling. They will literally organize everything on Discord because it's a superior tool in every way. But then when it comes to voice chat, we have to install a specific TeamSpeak thing, which looks like it was from 2001. And, yeah, and, like, find the server and... Oh, my God, it's so bad. I think finally that's on the way out. But, yeah, that's true, Belorda. That's a very good point. Germans do have that thing. And Ill Hatred, what are healers running these days? Instead of Olorime, IA, wow, and Sentinel. IA? We're not talking Innate Axiom, we're talking, the one from Ethereum Archive? Infallible Ether? I'm guessing? Yeah, you can definitely drop Infallible Ether. Olorime is still perfectly good. It's been replaced by Spell Power Cure in the vast majority of cases. Not all, they do the same thing. And sometimes Olo is better. Especially if you run it on a tank or someone who isn't a healer. But for a healer who's just doing the usual buffing, healing thing, then I would switch Olorime to Spell Power Cure, which drops from Imperial... White Gold Tower, sorry. And Infallible Ether you can definitely ditch because Minor Vulnerability is so readily available now. You can get it a million different ways. So you can run Pillager's Prophet, which is a trial set. You can run Powerful Assault. Usually the SPC healer in trials is running Powerful Assault or Pillager's Prophet alongside it. Not always. There are other things as well. Sax Leal, so on. And as for the monster set, Ozazan is a good one. But honestly, you can stick with Symphony of Blades is probably a set that you have as well, if you're around when Olorime was a thing. Holy shit, a time traveler, yeah. Well, welcome back. And Veloci, no, whatever you call me, don't start with pedogrod. Yeah, alright, fair enough. Sorry about that. Hey there, likes to play Catch. And Jack Dill, thank you very much for the follow. How's it going? Not too bad, thank you, Catch. Doing alright. And then, yeah, if we're talking dungeons, as Belord is saying, you can run Spell Power Cure with Master Architect. And, you know, I mean, obviously, if you don't have Spell Power Cure collected, just keep running Olorime. It's fine. Use that until you get SPC, and then it should overtake SPC in terms of usefulness. You're playing a dangerous game with that in your name. Not really, that's just the way I pronounced it. Afternoon, Khan and everyone in chat. Hey, man. Doing good. Took sick time off today. Yeah, Maya's not feeling great either. I was half expecting her to be home by now, having cancelled stuff, but I guess she's soldiering through. Devil's Master, Halloween! Halloween! Welcome on in, everybody. And Venzok, I wanted to say hi, but Khan, why do you have a pumpkin on your head? I was just trolling other people doing the dailies, I guess. Be a little bit cheeky. Yeah, I didn't think of that when I morphed Velocipede into this monstrosity. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Is it Veloci or Veloci? Because in Czech, it would be, well, depending on how you accented the C, it would be Veloci. But I don't know if that's Polish or whatever. I just want to say it correctly. Bruh, both are good. It's all about sustain. Yeah, sometimes you gotta take a day off, right? Bonafide, how can I join your Discord? Well, there we go. Already done. Thank you for that. Devil's Master and Jack Dill. Appreciate it. Aaron, TeamSpeak, why not use a walkie-talkie? Confirmation bias. Gunbro, thank you, man. Thank you. Don't have walkie-talkies can connect over such a long distance. Yeah, neither can TeamSpeak. Trust me. Yeah, a lot of German guilds still use it. Like I said already, we always used it. We won't change. There are long-range walkie-talkies with 35 to 50 kilometers. I'm sad healers don't have variety. Ooh, I don't know. It depends on the group that you bring, or the group that you join, rather. I feel like there's quite a lot of variety in healers at the moment, potentially. All right, so clap. Is it so worth playing 2025 for new players and also doing solo only? Yes, there is a ton of story content in the game. I'm not going to try and convert you, but I'm just going to say I definitely recommend finding some nice people, and once you found them, do some group content with them. Screw how good they are at the game. If they are nice and they're like socially well adjusted and all that, then you can have a really nice time. And the group content in this game, holy shit, some of it is world class. The dungeons and trials are often better than anything else that is out there. No joke. I'm not saying that because I'm fanboying over this game. There are plenty of things I criticize, or that I know WoW does better, Guild Wars 2 does better. But dungeons and trials are tippity top. So if you can find the right people, you're in for a treat. And there's a lot of progression. There's always something to do at your level. There are some difficulty jumps, but there's some very old trials. And if you start on normal or dungeons, whatever. But yeah, there's a huge amount of stuff that you can do solo. Like 90% of the game, probably. All of these zones are filled with story, which are very, very easy, low pressure, if that's what you want. And if you want more high pressure solo content, there are 2.5 solo arenas that you can do, and you can start doing normal dungeons solo, even though they were designed for 4. Once they become easy, you can start doing vet dungeons solo. Once they get easy, you can start doing DLC dungeons, hard modes, trifectas solo. You even see some people soloing trials these days. It's fucking crazy.
I can feel the fear on you, but you're alive.
So yeah, there's a lot. If you're into story, if you're into world building, it's a very strong contender. if what you prefer is end game reward systems and stuff like that, and hype for each new chapter. I think there are MMOs that probably are doing it better at the moment, but we're hoping in 2026 ESO will pick up their feet on that front. They certainly should. They've got themselves a new release model, which will be very exciting to see. And Erin gifting a sub to Gunbro. Thank you so much, Erin. Ah, appreciate it. Hugely appreciate it. Anyone else wanna join this? See if we can get a hype train going today. Hype for Halloween. Yeah, and yeah, it is Polish. Cool. So I'm guessing I'm on the right track with Veloci then. Yeah, group content is amazing. And Bonafide, got it. Nice. But Lord, we got variety and skill lines a lot now. That's true. Yeah. And clap, because like I'm looking for an MMO game to start, but I don't know which one to play. Yeah, I feel you, man. I'm not going to start any other MMOs because I love this one. But yeah, there's some healthy competition. There isn't a huge amount of innovation, which I think is regrettable. And I really fucking hope that ESO will break us out of that pattern. If they can really innovate with this new release model, they could finally shake up the whole MMO space, which is a little bit tired. You know, all of the games that are kind of at the top of the tree, they've been around for a long time. WoW is over 20 years old. The Old Republic is what, 14, 15 years old? Guild Wars is 12, ESO is 11. Yikes. I'm not saying they're not innovating at all. They're trying, but it's slow. And my own saying that's very true. I do see some organized trial healers run Saxleal. I wish more healers ran it. Sadly, it's mostly on tank. There are a lot of things. Like, the more organized the group you get into, the more crazy shit you'll be asked to do. Really, really good fun.
This doesn't make sense. You radiate the primal fear of detritus, but
Look at this voiceover,
has
man.
it driven you mad? Wait, what happened with the Haunted?
I take great pleasure snuffing out the hope you've rekindled in
Some
my
good
heart.
voiceovers here, as you would expect. Yeah, kidding. ESO is good for solo play too. Confusing to start with, to be honest, but I play mainly solo. Yeah, there is a lot to learn, but that is one of the things I think makes it a worthwhile experience. Because there is so much long-term progression, and it's not simply get the latest gear. You know, the gear in this game stays relevant for a long, long time. It can get nerfed suddenly, and then is not very good anymore. That's the way it goes with live service games, but it's not like every year you'll have to bin off everything you've got and start again. Like WoW likes to do this to keep players grinding. Diablo obviously has that seasonal thing. ESO doesn't do anything like that. It's what you collect that is most important is information, context, understanding, knowledge, and that stays with you. So in a way, the game gets richer and more rewarding as you go. There are some things that will become easy for you, but then you just move up to the next challenge. There's always something. I think that's generally fair to say. Yeah, I hope that helps. Claps. And right, with a potentially dangerous question, since coming back to ESO, whether it's a pug or guild run, whenever I do pledges, I find that players with low CP numbers or damage output are absolutely certain they're able to do hard modes on whatever dungeon they go into. Maybe I'm misremembering, but has this always been the case? Even places like Stone Garden, which has become laughably easy with current DPS, it seems that the power creep has convinced inexperienced players they can do all of the content without issues, and they get really testy when you say the damage is just not there yet. I think it's probably got worse. Yes, it has always been the case. I've always been dismayed and annoyed by how many people... On the one hand, how many people think it's this not disrespectful to show up for content and waste 3 other players' time, let alone 11 other players' time, with your lack of experience or lack of a decent build? It's rude. There's no other word for it. It's fucking rude. But at the same time, I'm also dismayed by the number of people who really seem to think that ESO is too difficult for them. So there's a weird disjunct. Like, both situations are true. But yeah, I hope that's a decent enough answer. Yeah, most. Yes, this has always been the case. Thanks for the lurk, Lady Spitfire. Appreciate it. Likes to play catch. Oh, sorry, Belorda. That was an auto mod thing. Thanks for the pyramid there, Erin. Gumbro, thank you very much, Erin, for the win. Erin, what the fuck? Are you doing 100% major vuln at all? Yeah. Yeah, it's about if you bring certain skill lines, assassination, Herald of the Tome, Adric Spear, for example, let alone you know, animal companions, you can get to the crit cap without needing major force. So Warhorns, Saxhleel, all of that stuff goes out of the window. You can get there with Lucent Echoes, Elemental Catalysts. Saxhleel and Warhorn is always going to have gaps in it. So if you can get there with stats that are just flat, not buffs that can run out, then yeah, boom. Yeah, just slot fighting finesse, that happens too. I see. Hey Blondes, thank you very much. Welcome on in. Schnacks, maybe video games are developing into a similar direction as board games are. There's some new stuff that can be very successful, but a lot of people will just keep playing the classics. Yeah, I think what we had is a flurry of activity where games were becoming mainstream. Everyone was talking about the fact that the gaming industry is now bigger than the movie industry by like a factor of 5 or something in terms of global revenues. People see a thing like WoW and be like, well, they've done a lot of the innovation. They've laid a lot of the groundwork. Let's make an MMO. Think how many WoW killers there were in the 2010s. There were so freaking many. And now we're done with that phase because people have realized, oh shit, turns out it's not that easy to make a WoW killer or just do another MMO. Not so much competition in that space. And it's only the huge motherfuckers like Amazon that really have a shot with things like New World, Epic, or is it Riot? Sorry, yeah, Riot Games. That's part of it as well. But yeah, I think you're onto something there, Shanax and Belorda. Yeah, there is a certain attitude which new players got. It's been for years already this way. Once told 2 DPS that their DPS is too low for the dungeon and left. They wrote me afterwards calling me an asshole. Yeah, it's rough. Like sometimes it's just true. The damage is too low. What are you supposed to do? I always try and be as nice as possible about it. But I have had one experience where I was very, very careful and I still got some pushback. But generally it's easier for me because I can say, hey, I'm actually in a guild which can help you. I don't normally say, hey, I run a guild. But I'll say, hey, I'm in a guild that can help you with this. If you want to improve your DPS and survivability, get like a group together. Look at this guy. So I thought we'd do an experiment here. Let me just change my camera so we can get nice and close. Oh shit. He looks cool as fuck. I think this place looks amazing. I don't really appreciate the fight. I think it's quite weak, given what we were just saying about the trials and dungeons. Why is this one so badly designed? There's nothing to it except lots of ads, a buff totem, and then they just rinse your resources, and you have to break free constantly until you're out of stam. It's, yeah, I don't love this one. But I thought, let's put our money where our mouth is and try to solo it without major resolve, and then with major resolve, and just see what the difference is, you know? Kidding, say going through Cadwell Silver, and I'm in the place, the EP Alliance bit, just running around doing tests, and I was chuffed a bit, so I got a skeleton morph from a random quest. Yeah, man! Isn't that fun? That story is really cool as well. It's not... It would be implemented with a lot more slick effects, and it would look cooler if it was new, if they'd done it now, but, yeah, we're talking about the one back in Shadowfen. Are they the Kothringi, these people? Which is like an extinct people. Stillrise Village, isn't it? Where is that? Stillrise Village. Somewhere around here. Why am I dumb and bad? There it is. Literally the last thing I look at. Yeah, cool, right? To be fair, I usually always played with pre-made groups and a lot of guildies. So yeah, you were spoiled, like me. So maybe I was shielded from that kind of behavior. But yeah, rude is exactly what I'm thinking it is. I'm always willing to give people a chance at hard modes. Often 3 is my go-to number. Like, so 3 wipes and you're done. But I'm always... sorry. But there's just this entitled attitude where players assume that if others can do it, they can do it too. And I mean, yeah, others can do it. That doesn't mean you're there yet. Or that those other people have prepped. That's often all it is. It's very, very basic stuff. But Oaken Soul really didn't help. Because while I don't think anybody, despite what stupid comments that they may say, nobody really has an issue with heavy attack builds existing. Or one-bar builds existing. Or with them being strong. And you know, worth using. I certainly don't. I don't think anyone does. No one has an issue with this. But the fact that they were so overpowered, the Oaken Soul thing was so overpowered in terms of damage, sustain, survivability for a while. I mean, survivability was never that great, but you know what I mean. And people found the way they could just treat ESO as a clicker and get all these achievements and clears while using one button. And maybe a couple of others if you're lucky. Maybe move your feet now and then. With no disrespect to anyone who did this, I'm just saying that did not help. You know, it created an environment where a lot of players just got used to this being a thing. Arcanist, you could argue, didn't help either. I think that's less of an issue. But yeah, the idea that you can just equip one mythic and you're done. One mythic, one button, that's the entire game. That doesn't create an engaging experience or an experience which is going anywhere. You want to have somewhere to go. Really quite an unfortunate development. Really glad I was not there to see that prosper. Yeah, ESO seems to have a little bit of participation trophy problem. Yeah, Kiddings, I got you. Slot some neat cost reduction. Yeah. So what should we run instead? We've got... I'm not even sure displacement will do anything, but let's run it for the fuck of it. Maybe I can put Reaper's Mark on some of the ads. Or maybe we just run... Oh, please tell me. No, I've got the wrong caltrops. Boo. I just want to see. My worst experience, Belordo. 2 DDs, both just crossed 300 CP. Lepsiclusa. That's a hard one. Left out of the first skippable mini-boss without a word. Group damage is 10k. Yeah, kidding. That's new to me. Yeah, it's like things like this is what made me love playing solo. That's your Danish side. Got a problem with the attitude of the one-bar players. Not all of them. It's probably just a small minority. But yeah, there's definitely an attitude problem out there. I don't have a problem with any build in itself. It's the players that have certain setups that are a big majority. Just clowns. Yeah. You know what I mean? I couldn't English while writing that for some reason.
Welcome. Let the fear of my power.
Alright, let's see. I have got maxed out food. That might even be too much. I might have to switch food halfway through the fight. Let's put Reaper's Mark on this guy.
I'll blind your eyes. I'll sap your strength. Let scarecrows rise.
Now we got Major Berserk for a moment. And of course I have to spend all that... Yeah, I'm going to have to switch food mid-fight. Let's see, does the rune do anything? No, of course not.
Let my fingers find your fear.
Oh, well, we got him down to 80% already.
I will cheer.
The sustain is fucking terrible. What's going on? Wow. With sustain food.
Time to feast on your
It's actually not that bad without major resolve, but I am on a pragmatic Fate Carver Arcanist. This bugs me, right? Speaking of bugs, it's not working at the moment, is it? But Lord, I know that feeling. Sometimes my brain wants to use German expressions, and I can't translate them into proper English. I get that a lot. Yeah. Okay, I'm actually disappointed. I was hoping that it would be, the damage would be too high and I would have to slot Major Resolve to get through it. But it turns out the Arcanist beam is just undoing that interaction, pretty much.
Oh, that was fun.
So with 18k HP, it's really not that bad, is it? I mean, I'm not done yet. The hardest bit is coming, where I'm going to have all of these freaking ads. Why do they jump around like that? I really don't appreciate it. Scarecrow in the back is draining your resources. Yeah. There was no Scarecrow there, though, was there? Yeah, I know how everything works. But the Scarecrow doesn't even appear until after the first sneaky phase. At least I've never seen it. Alright, thank you for stacking. Oh, come on. I'm just trying to put Reaper's Mark on one of these before they die. A little bit of Major Berserk. Never hurt anyone. Yeah, it's weird the way that it's designed. I've got to say, I don't really understand it. It's choices which make it slow and kind of tedious, rather than fun or challenging. Why? I just couldn't break free. Just pinned by a million things. So that's annoying. I had stamina. Break free just wasn't working. So I just couldn't flail and get anything back. Well, I'm sort of proving the point, right? Major Resolve does matter. Ignore it at your peril. But I actually think you can do that without Major Resolve. Let's just compare. No, I think I'll keep Ellie's sus. Moose, I often have the opposite problem. I speak more English online than I do Swedish. Yeah, sometimes I have to use an English word while speaking Swedish. Man, I've done that for years. My Danish is getting terrible. Ahel whispered me the other day on Discord, sent me a message, and he sent the whole thing in English and then said in Danish, I just realized I could have just messaged you in Danish, but I only realized like 2/3 of the way through my message, although fuck it, I'll finish it. And then we had a little back and forth in Danish, as I often do with other Danish or Norwegian people that I know in this game. And it's always a struggle. I take a little bit longer to read and twice as long to type. But then I have been away from Denmark for a while at this point. It's quite common in all non-native English speakers. Yeah, it really is. Had some problems in the past. Wasn't able to speak proper German anymore because I was talking English all the time. Even my dreams were in English. Yeah, my buddy Sin has said that as well. Even though he was at university in Germany, speaking German all the time, he was online so much with me, Maya, and his other buddies, always speaking English. Oh, we got Major Resolve this time. So if we run into anything like that, Trying to overcast magic or abilities a little bit. If they're stacked awkwardly, remember to use the butt beam. But yeah, now I'm just taking no damage at all by comparison. It makes such a difference. I still don't think I need it, actually, here with Fate Carver, but it's like crazy not to bring it. And yeah, I was wrong. There was a scarecrow right there. I guess I just missed the first one. Hey Tiago, how's it going?
Crouch, you must stay hidden for now.
Doesn't this boss scale? I don't think so. I want to break free. And Balorda saying, really don't like that fight. Don't know what they thought while designing it. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Trying to solo Hollow Jack? Yeah, it's actually really easy to solo. This is why I'm here. We were just doing it without major resolve to sort of make the point. I should have recorded it really, shouldn't I? I can come back and do it again. But yeah, I want to do a video about survivability as a DPS. Like, I didn't gain any damage by unslotting Hurricane. Thanks, Imperiex.
A mere practice round. Do you
Oh, he just...
feel overconfident?
That's the other thing, he just stops doing it after a while, doesn't he? I think we'll wait for a couple of these guys to stack. Dum. I mean, you don't even need to flail twice, do you, really? The shield is so valuable. You can just do this. I've got 2 Crux right now. That's the point. Did I slot Bloody Renewal? I don't think I did. Is that Fear Phase 2? No. He does another one around 40 though, doesn't he? Yeah. So 40% exactly. So if you're close to... Is the first one at 70 and then 40 is the second? I can't remember. But I guess if you're close to that, you could just ignore the totems, can't you? It's not an interesting fight to solo. I do not blame anyone for grouping up. I just think a lot of people don't even realize that you can solo it quite easily. I mean, a dungeon boss might be a better example. Turd burglar. Why? Why, subtlety? Alright, Bonafide B, you'll have a great stream. Gotta go to work. Excited to be in the community. Can't wait to tune into more streams. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we look forward to hanging out more. Skip work. Yeah.
Your pounding heart betrays you.
I have to chill out for a little bit. Too much movement while sneaking. If he's far away, remember you can just stop moving and your stamina will come back up. But yeah, if he's coming towards you, you're kind of screwed.
Do you have delusions about lasting me? Jack-o'-lantern
30. A bow might be a good idea here as well. Then you can heavy attack from range. It's not needed, but wouldn't be the worst idea. I probably don't need to kill the last one, but I'm going to do it. Oh, can't break free. No, no. Oh my god, the fear. No, what? Come on. Oh, that's so rude. I'm probably misjudging it, but I feel like CC immunity is sometimes not even a thing. You get this in PvP for sure. You know, when you get CC'd, then immediately 2 seconds later. Alright, well, the obvious answer there, which I... No, I did have Reaving Blows. So it just didn't do anything. What?
That's it, man.
Game over, man!
It's game over. What the fuck are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do?
Now these are all correct, actually. What the fuck? So it just couldn't break free. And couldn't heal. Are there any bosses that scale in here? So I think there are, yeah. Gotta make that money for ESO Plus, yeah. I'll show you a butt beam. Dogu! How you doing today? Hope you had a good one? Running Ring of the Wild Hunt? No, that actually isn't the worst idea. No, the point was I've done this before. It's not that hard. I don't know what the fuck happened there. I just could not heal. So I thought for a moment, ah shit, I forgot to slot Reaving Blows. If you saw me, I was beaming 3 of those ads, not a single tick of healing. And there's no Defile or anything like that. Not in here.
They will stab you. I will cheer.
I think a ranged build is also a good idea. There's another kitty. Oh, let's see if we can skip, actually. Is it 70%? I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So these should all despawn now. Yeah, from like what? 75, 45, definitely don't bother with any of the ads or anything. Bastion Mimic Scales, yeah. Imperiex, got close to soloing him, but was too many ads, drain of resources. Yeah, yeah. When you say scale, like, I don't think it does. You mean become more difficult the more people you have? Then why would anyone be grouping up to do it? That's crazy. No, I've done it with 3-4 people, and he just falls over. A dungeon group came in here and did it. Even if you just have one support in here, giving you a bit of resourceage.
Oh, that was fun. Let's do it again.
It's such a weird fight. Give me an actual challenge. Not just like burn my resources.
Your fears within will now come out.
We ain't found shit.
Hey, Maya. Yeah, the fear is the most irritating thing, for sure. Be nice if you could stack them with rune as well, but no, it doesn't work. Are we close to 40? Push him down. The worst is when the fear hits you just after you start beaming as well. That sucks. Getting a couple of heavy attacks. Alright. Let's try this again.
Crouch! He must not hear or see you.
When I saw this had crazy resource drain during crouch phase. As if crows and scarecrows were draining it. It could have bugged out. Scarecrows disappear, yeah, absolutely. It should be normal sneak mode.
I can smell your fear.
Maybe the more crows are up, the quicker it goes down? So if you take too long or if they're really far away. Maybe that's a thing? I actually don't know. You think it's well designed, Imperiex? Wow, okay. And Ballor's saying, yeah, a lot of problems with break free. I don't think it's like designed wrong. Like they haven't. It's not buggy. It's just strange. Very strange design philosophy behind the fight. Oh, you think it's easier with fewer players, Valorda, because it's more people can fail the crouch. Yeah, that's a fair point. But then they die. You don't die.
I will find you. Cowardice suits you so well.
Right, now we have to kind of nuke, don't we? Gonna play a little bit more aggressively now.
Let my jack-o'-lantern fly. Now unleash their flames.
Oh, you absolute piece of shit.
After all this effort, what if you fail?
No, I just don't have the resources to go full burn. So what is it that drains your resources in Execute there? Because by the time the
My haunted can never restore.
the scarecrows are up, I'm already out. I'm already completely out.
They're not real. Lies can't be trusted in this realm.
Well, bang goes that theory. I thought this was. I remember this being a lot easier to solo, but I guess that was pre-subclassing. One thing subclassing has done is it's given us really shit sustain compared to the way it used to be. And Sub-Zero, are there drops, good sir? Yeah. By the way, I've been subbed to you while on YouTube. You're a literal god. Jesus, I shouldn't read out that comment. Well, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Yeah, there are drops on. Enjoy. You get the crate, the dog, and the horse. The game even tells you to crouch. Yeah, it literally does. How you doing, Maya? Crazy, Jordan? I'm soloing this boss? It really isn't. I'm fucking it up. I don't know what is causing me to be so dry during execute. There isn't a lot. I mean, I don't think rejuvenation is going to be better than Blood of Renewal. In execute, it will be. Am I running any lights? Okay, I could try one more medium. What kind of pen have I got? It really isn't crazy. I think it's very, very doable. Should have enough pen. You'd imagine he's a 9.1k rather than 18.2. Although I've never actually tested that. You die if they fall in your back. I see what you mean. Right, yeah, gotcha. 2 giant laser beam tits scorching the earth in your face. Suddenly, what's going on with you today? Do you need to go and watch an illicit channel on the internet for 5 minutes and come back? Seems like you need to get something off your chest. Or something out of your system. Pirate King Poppet, totems around arena. Yeah, but I'm saying, why is my Sam solo before they spawn in? Let me just do my... So this is what I'm doing. This is what my stamina drain should look like. You can see, right? That's... The sustain is pretty good. And I'm not even firing bow procs, which would help. I'd be peppering in some bow procs there, so the stamina should sort itself out. But I don't want to have to do the fucking scarecrow totems and execute. I've definitely skipped that before. I guess I just need to save up for a big ult and nuke him super hard in execute there. I can't remember what the difference was last time. What instance is it? Oh, this is the Holojack boss that people think they can't solo, and I was just going to demonstrate. Oh, it's totally soloable, but and it is, but due to sustain problems, I'm fucking it up in execute. He's only got 6 million, 7 million. I think that is the thing that people just don't realize, as Jordan was saying, no way, can't believe you're soloing this. I think people just don't realize that you could just go in with 1 or 2 people and get it done. It's definitely quicker. Because obviously if you fail like I did, you have to do the whole thing from start. Yeah, the break free bug can fuck you up. Yep, all over the place. When you're stunned in the cone, you get dragged into portal. Think I'm getting sick, Maya? Yeah, I was saying earlier, I'm sorry about that. Don't do that, stop it. Yes, boss. We've duoed this boss, not sure about solo. I've soloed it many times. But that was before subclassing. So maybe the added sustain that I would have had on, especially an Arcanist or a Nightblade, which are almost certainly the classes I would have done it with. I think I may have done it on both. I just remember being slightly triggered by all the ocean of pluses. So do people realize they can solo this? And funnily enough, that may have been easier before subclassing than it is now.
Fingers seek and sense your doubt, pierce your heart and bleed you out.
Just trying to get him down to 70. You'd think it would make it easier because of all the extra damage and burst that we have.
Crouch. You must stay hidden for now.
The fact that it doesn't work, like it just says detected. Slightly triggering. Heavy attack Sork has no sustain issues. Yeah, but it also doesn't have the burst to do anything.
Am I getting warmer?
Also, it does have sustain issues. Like, if you don't generate stamina, and if he's draining your stamina and then CCing you, you're gonna need it. But yeah, I would imagine that is an easier way to approach this, in some ways. Just a heavy attack build generally might be a fun one to try.
Do you feel overconfident?
Fortunately, I don't have one sitting around that I could use. Yeah, the first 2/3 of the fight are just a joke. It doesn't really do anything. You can just kind of ignore most of what's happening. Kill a totem or two. Speaking of which, is there no totem yet? There's one. I might be able to ignore this one as well. %. Let's build a bit of ult. So, the thing to do, which I haven't done, would be to make sure you've got a big fat ult for executes. But this time we'll try doing the totems and execute. Play it a bit safe. I'm guessing their effect is cumulative as well. So if you've got 1, it's a manageable drain. 2, it's a lot. 3, it's oof.
Am I getting warmer?
I wonder what causes the sneak thing to bug out. Because it worked last year. And think of the Indrik boss in March of Sacrifices. It's almost, like for years it's been bugged. But people can't get into sneak.
Your pounding heart
But they actually die to it. Like here, I seem to be in stealth. It just doesn't... It's a visual bug. Like the UI is telling me I'm not. Am I in combat? Yeah, so a Nightblade with siphoning would be nice.
Hello there.
Hello there. How's it going? Let's try a quick burst on him. But as soon as we see a totem, we need to go and focus it, I think. There's one. Probably not worth ulting, but I want to play it safe here. Let's go and kill another. I have no idea how this works though. He might just keep spawning them. So it might be kind of a bad call, a bad way of doing it. Oh, there we go. Where's the fucker? Now. Of course, he fears me just as I start beaming. Oh, alright, that made it a lot easier. He doesn't keep spawning them by the look of it. So I was just dumb to try and nuke him. I must be remembering that that's how we did it with a group. Or with 2 of us. It would definitely be doable. It also does feel a bit buggy. Like, you just heard the alt sound, but it didn't go off. Alright, yeah, you just do the... That's boring, but easy, if you do the totems in the end. It'd be way more fun to nuke him. Maybe if you brought, like, Baylorg, Mechanical Acuity, you could just do 3 burst phases and done. That might actually be fun to try. What do you guys think? Alright, I kind of take it back. It is not as easy as I remember to solo it. It's still pretty easy, but it's boring. Look, that took over 6 minutes. I'm sure you can cut it down, do it way faster. I'm tempted to try Mechanical Acuity and stuff. Interesting. To be fair, he says crouch, not stealth. And Erok, what's dropping? If you look at the top of the Twitch chat, you'll be able to see. You get a crate, a pet dog, and a pet horse. If you watch for long enough. It's not just this stream or stream team members. Yeah, and for all that, what do I get? I get absolutely nothing. It's... Alright, let's do the other one. But yeah, still, it makes the point that Major Resolve, massive difference. Even with low health, like I only had 18k HP, don't really need more, it's the sustain that is the problem. So it might even be worth bringing... Ooh, Vicious Ophidians, if anyone still has that set. Something like that, which just makes everything cheaper. I don't know. You'd lose damage though, which in turn... I think my preferred way of getting through that would be to build for higher damage. Baylorg, Acuity, and something like Unsul, that would be pretty cool. Riptide. Alan's asking, what are you doing today, Maya, apart from following Balorda's orders? And hey, Peter. Balorda, if you mean the Twitch drops, Ouroboros crate pet dog and a horse mount. Yes. Peter, I'm back. Lol. Greetings and salutations, Lancelot. Welcome in. Pet horse? You mean mount horse? True. Or horse mount. What am I doing now? Plucking the crow? Oh, we get those from, Well, while we're at it, why don't we do some random bosses here and there. Can't believe how far EU servers are on wall progress, honestly. It's the consoles, man. It's not PC. They've obviously been way too generous with the consoles, but I don't feel like they can really change it now. Maybe for phase 2 they can tweak it. I don't know, man. But none of us know what the player count is on these 2 servers. Do you know what I mean? EU, PC EU versus PCNA. I have absolutely no clue. And I doubt Zos want to tell us because... Why does he get pushed like that? That's annoying. Thought EU servers were silent. Well, like no players? No way, man. Also, EU players, this is going to sound toxic, I don't mean it at all, but at least in terms of reputation, the NA server is the one where people don't have damage, they only play casually, you know? So maybe EU people are taking down the camps a little bit quicker as well. I don't know that that's true. I've only had one experience on the NA server. Well, maybe 2. One was doing random dungeons and finding some hilariously ineffective setups in there. And one was when I did a Harrow Storm. I did a few Harrow Storms in Western Skyrim. And I'm used to seeing how quickly they go down on EU. And I don't know what it was, if it was a guild just having a bit of fun. But we had, like, Maya and I were just duoing this Harrow Storm. We were struggling a bit because of new players. You know, we were level 50, but only just. And didn't have that great gear. But, you know, 15, 20 people show up and almost all of them die. So I have no idea if that's typical of the NA server experience, but reputationally, at least in PvE, I think that's the sort of the general perception. But like I said, perception is often complete crap. This would be a lot faster if I was on my Nightblade, I feel like. That juicy single target damage. We Xbox and are far behind Xbox EU. EU people got the dog in them. Yeah, maybe so. Savage. Highest population is PCEU. That would have been my guess, but I've no idea by how much. You know, EU Xbox, Cyrodiil is dead. Most EU players are now on Xbox NA. I see, right. Yeah, all Xbox EU players say the server is empty. They're being fiddled by Zos. They don't have the players to be this good. It's not that they're good. It's just that there's a multiplier which is obviously being put a little too high. Experience boost on? Michela? Yeah, I guess it is. It's the Witches' Festival, so yeah, always. I don't even notice these things. It's good for, like, XP is so freaking generous in this game. For someone who never grinds for anything. 3.3k CP. It just kind of happens if you log in and play. But, yeah, if you've got something specific to do, like a character you want to level up, or a bunch of master hits to deliver, then yeah, that double XP is lovely. Hold still, you big baby. Alright, how many feathers do I even get from this? Hey, it was worth doing. I actually got the chest piece.
Blade, this is it. We found the shrine.
Preview. Pretty cool, isn't it? The wicker chain style. I like it. It's the coolest thing about this event. That's one of the only new things about this event. Let's actually have a look at the whole thing. The whole shebang. Ah, fudge. I can't preview them. I need to go and see the impresario, which I'll go and do that now. Yeah, Aaron, yeah, can't I agree. NA players, regardless of platform, just a bunch of crybabies. Not what I said. Wow, what the heck? Xbox and NA have some big crybabies and weirdos. I can attest to that. Thank you, mods. Yeah. But Lord, I did one Volenfell pledge on NA. The tank really pulled every group. Second DD asked who's pulling everything. The tank wrote, if there are any complaints, whisper me and I'll ignore the whisper. Don't forget your XP scrolls. I mean, what for, though? In my case. Yeah, if I had some writs, maybe, but I don't really have anything left to level. It's crazy. What else can we do? Just for funs. I don't even remember what this world boss is. Let's have a look. Anyone got any world bosses they hate or love and they want to see me go and do those? Now's the time. I'm back. What did I miss? Oh, I'm just doing the plucking the crow questline, Maya. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean I've got my tickets without you today. Everybody give it up for Maya, by the way. She's working hard even though she's feeling sick. trying to support this thing so that we can make content full time for this game and others. These aren't the bosses, are they? No. Oh no, it is the boss. Alright, mate. There we go. See, that is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. This place, see how much damage they just took. They're nearly dead. There's no way they should be taking that much damage. This is what this YouTube video is going to be for. Like, I guarantee that person was like, whoa, that's a difficult boss, or I'm bad, I took so much damage. No, not at all. Not a skill issue. In ESO, it generally isn't a skill issue. Is that 30 yet? No, we need 4 more. God damn it. Yeah, you missed a lot, Maya. I missed the whole Elder Scrolls 6 reveal. So when you say pulling everything, Balorda, you didn't mean stacking. You meant aggroing every trash pull. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the others here, absolutely. User XP scrolls, guys. If you've got any of them lying around, you have stuff to level. Take advantage. Double XP. Very nice, very nice. I want to know how the damage creep changed that one. The unfinished dolmen in Hrothgar. That's a great call. Probably the quickest port. One of my favorite things about the... Look at the tail. That looks so funny. One of my favorite things about the swimming mounts is that you can die to slaughterfish faster. And way shrine. Alright, Hrothgar. It's over here, right? Yeah. Runemaster and Apocrypha. Chefsky. Alright, that one is next. 13 attempts where I got the lead drop. He's a tight-ass boss. Alright, that one is genuinely difficult to solo. And this isn't like a soloing setup. So I might even fuck it up. The sustain on this isn't that great. But well, we'll try that one. There might be other people doing it. Especially since it drops a lead. I think I tried soloing a bunch of those bosses when they first appeared on PTS. Because Apocrypha, Maya and I fucking loved it. We went to PTS just to mess around with Apocrypha. Yeah, just really, really enjoyed that. One of the coolest zones they've ever done, visually at least. I'm not talking about the story, so much just the visuals. And yeah, I think I died at least twice before I was able to solo that guy. Alright, Balorda, this one's for you. Whoa. What the hell was that? My character literally just got reset. Well, so far, he doesn't seem to be all that, does he? I just love that laugh, man. I'm wearing Ansul, bitch. Oh! Those explodey little boys. Yeah, they almost had me, didn't they? Was that the exploding scamp things? Or the Banekin? What was that? Damage received. Yeah, explosive charge. I just got hit by a bunch of them at once. They only hit for 6.5k, but yeah. When you've only got 18k HP, boop. But yeah, that was a joke. Especially if you're smart and just, you know, turn and beam at the scamps coming in. But yeah, Balorda, that was a great suggestion. Alright, Chefsky's suggestion is next. Update 49050, please. Blackwood, in the north, Toad Tongue War Camp. The ads they call in hit hard. Alright, we got some good ones. Is your guild on PC EU? Yes, it is. It's on PC and A as well, but we do most of our stuff on EU. Lancelot, did him recently for the lead as well. Can tell this boss kicked our ass. Yeah, no, I know the one you mean. He's tough. I get absolutely shat on like to play catch by one of those new delves. Oh really? The Worm Cult delve guys. Yeah, that's probably you being complacent though. Like they're not that tough, but they hit way harder than a typical delve boss, a base game delve boss. I've definitely had that experience where you're like, delve boss, delve boss. Oh shit, that's not what I expected. You pick a fight with a short guy, and then he gets up out of his chair. Suddenly he's 7 foot. Err. Alright, where were we? Apocrypha. This one, right? The Libram Cathedral. The tank pulled every group. Yeah, the stuff which wasn't needed. Oh my god, how annoying. Hrothgar world bosses are pretty easy to solo. Yeah, we're not looking for the hardest necessarily, just something which, like Bittergreen the Wild. You know, that one used to be a nightmare. Even with 2 people, it could be difficult. So the fact that it is soloable now, it's actually still kind of awkward to solo, TBH. But it's just fun to go back there. I think that's what Balorda meant by this one. I think she was expecting it to be difficult. But yeah, Shevsky, this is the correct one, yeah? Whoops. Oh, sorry, little buddy. I seek ult. Maybe you can help me with that. The Seeker's actually cool as fuck. It took me also a few kills to get the lead. Yeah, I did a few of this one as well. I remember. Feel your pain, Shevsky. Yeah. But Lord, I remember when coming back in 2018, it was really tough. That's why I told that one, yeah. Did the Hrothgar Relics quest recently and passed that unfinished Almond boss? You wiped the floor with me. Well, I might run max stat food here. There are people doing it, it seems. So I'm not going to be able to solo it. Let's see if we can stack things. Nope. Nothing is pullable. That sucks. It's also just that there's a lot of stuff in this one. And when he splits, you have to kill them all, right? So there are 2 people here. Plus a companion, which of course already died. Man, yeah, the damage is a bit higher than you'd expect. I see what you mean. I just remember it being kind of a complicated fight, not sort of dangerous. It's just going to be one of these where I need to constantly beam, isn't it? And I can't afford to not, I can't afford to build Crux in between. Which one is unshielded? Yeah, thank goodness for reaving blows, right? Man, this is hectic. Alright, let's ult this one. Die, bitch. Begone, wriggling thing. Right, I'm gonna save my ult now for the main guy. I wonder how good this person who's here with me is. Are they like... I couldn't interrupt just then, that's disappointing. I don't know, I feel like I probably could have soloed that. But yeah, that's not an easy one. Good call. I'm sorry, I was focusing a little bit. A lot of incoming damage there, holy crap. Yeah, that's more of a challenging world boss for sure. It's a world of difference, right? Erin, no! I was trying to chat here and light attack a guard by accident. Rip. Yeah, it's sad that it's so easy. Vixie Vix, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, it is a bit sad, isn't it, Valorda? I'm with you. Like, I've no problem with making things more accessible in Overland for like new players coming. I think that's actually kind of cool. And then world bosses can be like a... I definitely came here for footage. Have you guys ever looked up? Let me zoom out again with the camera while I catch up with chat. Look at that shit. I definitely got shots in here for videos, for YouTube videos. Just look at that. Freaking beautiful. They did such a nice job with the Seekers. They use them everywhere. Apocrypha, man. Holy crap. They need to make more stuff like this. They are so, so good at it. Like, don't get me wrong. Skingrad, Solstice even. It's a bit more plain. Still a beautiful zone. But yeah, these, when they go crazy, man, I love it. They're very, very good at it. CJ Greb. Give it up for CJ Greb, the art director, and all of his team. Fucking awesome. Dude, what the fuck? The wall event RNG. I have 4 belt pages in my inventory. 0 of the others. I'm sorry, man. Worm Cult Delve bosses are stupid, but I managed to kill all of them solo. Yeah, they're just a step up. Like I said, it's the element of surprise. You think, oh, this is a delve. Easy peasy. And then they kind of bitch slap you a little bit harder than you expect. Was that not the one? Oh, come on. Rune Master is this one? Oh, I know the one. Yeah. I think I know the one you mean. Either way, we'll just do a few world bosses. It's fun. Especially if there's not loads of people. It's not the wrong boss, man. I immediately thought of this one. Yeah, true. It wasn't the one people suggested, but I immediately thought, I want to go and do this one. This is the one I remember killed me when I was on PTS. It took me a couple of goes before I could solo it. So, I would have wanted to go there anyway, so not a problem. Can't say the B word. Yeah, Belorda thinks it's harder than the Rune Master. I also thought so. Other person was me. There is a bug which does not allow me to heal. I'm still bugged. What? Seriously? Hang on, no. I should go to the other way shrine. World bosses were designed as group content? Yeah, exactly. They clearly were. You were not supposed to be able to solo them, or at least not easily. And I think that continues to be the case with the new ones. They're not meant to be soloed by everyone, or sort of automatically soloed. It's more for like grouping up. Absolutely. How much longer are you on? I should be on for another hour at least. Subtlety. Probably a bit longer. It's Friday, so a couple of hours. I do need to get to work on this video though, so I can't go all into the evening like I normally would on a Friday. Yeah, it's a visual bug. That's why you are healed. That's why they want to increase the world boss difficulty. Exactly. Yeah. They just want to make a harder overland, but you don't need to turn it on. Yeah. So this is still not the right one? That one. Fuck's sake. Well, let's do them both. Sorry, guys. Keep jumping to conclusions. This one actually is hard, isn't he? He's fucking tough. I seem to remember. Let's go. YOLO! I do not care at all if I die. I'm just gonna try not to. Yeah, I seem to remember this guy is pretty horrible. I'm not even sure if I've soloed him before. I always feel like Hurricane is too short. You know, the duration. 50%, maybe I'm misremembering. It probably just has a horrendous execute mechanic, and that's what I'm thinking of. And don't get me wrong, obviously, a pragmatic Fate Carver setup with Reaving Blows makes everything a lot more trivial than perhaps it should be. Oh, my Major Resolve ran out. Need to be careful. Oh, this guy's kind of a pussycat. Where the hell did I get that from? Did he used to be really tough, or does he scale with the number of players? Well, that was a joke. Moving on. I mean, it took a while. It took a minute and a half. But other than that... I'm gonna do the Fusrokan. But Lord, it's really annoying when it happens in dungeons and trials. Yes. Doesn't happen that often, but I have seen it. And you think the DD is almost dead and you spam heals on them and nothing happens. If you guys ever are really bored, you can watch our first Dawnbringer video. It's on YouTube. And so this one. And yeah, you can see me after Lord Vrol, Captain Vrol. My health is bugged for almost the entire rest of the trial, and especially during the execute, it is horrifying. It's uncomfortable to watch, even though I know that we get the trifecta. It triggers me a little bit watching my health being that low and not getting fully healed. Ugh. But yeah, it was just a visual bug. I actually had the health. How the fuck do I get to this guy? He's in here, isn't he? I might die to this. I don't remember what this guy does. He's the one with the people praying to him, right? Oh no, this one. Alright, yeah. This is another one I definitely did on PTS. And there's nobody here. Yeah, there's a lot of damage in here. There's a dot on me, isn't there? There's an environmental dot.
Taste of chaos.
That was the wrong thing. I just debuffed the tentacle that I dropped. Oh no, someone's coming in to ruin my solo. Never mind. This is a lot easier than the library. A lot easier. Maybe you guys need to try this place again, post subclassing. Yeah, he's a pussycat. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, the execute definitely helped. We had 2 people come in and join. But I don't think there's any doubt. I already had that in the bag. No pale order. This is my point. This is my point, guys. Nothing. It's Velothi. The only thing I've got for survivability is... It's exactly what we talked about on stream the other day. Major Resolve, number 1. Number 2 is Prophecy, Savagery, Brutality, Sorcery. Get those sorted. We got those here from Inspired Scholarship and Merciless Resolve. There are a bunch of different ways you can get them. And that way you can run max stat food, or you can more easily run max stat food and tri-stat potions. Those 3 things. That's 4 things. Sorry. So, Major Resolve, damage buffs, potions, food. And then obviously, the bonus one is this. It's crazy. And Reaving Blows, which is also crazy. Let's see. How much healing did I get? Healing received from Reaving Blows. Almost 1k per second. 800 per second. And 91k over the course of 2 minutes. That's actually not that much. I just didn't take enough damage to get that much healing. But yeah, Fate Carver helps a huge amount as well. So there we go. Nice! You can get them from Rattle Cage. Yeah, as we discussed earlier. This, for those who weren't here, this is someone's story about a healer that used to join Mion's trials. It was you, Mion, right? And yeah, they would like randomly insist that they wanted to wear Rattle Cage. This is a set that does, it's heavy and it gives you major brutality and sorcery. I mean, the stats on it aren't terrible. It's like max health, spell damage, spell damage, spell damage, and then brutality and sorcery. Weapon and spell damage, I should say, these days. But no. You are not buffing the group with that shit. What? Well, they insisted on wearing it because they thought they needed heavy armor, because the last person to die should be the healer. No. I'd never blame anyone for making that leap, but the moment you engage in conversation with someone who is in the trial with you and they say, actually no, please don't run that, you should listen, not insist. No, I know everything about this game. I know what's best. Suddenly, I'd love to see a Diablo 4 style overland difficulty. Yes, man, I would dig that shit. Not everyone would. But with higher tiers having different boss mechanics, or just better rewards. That's another thing. It never even occurred to me when they were talking about this. I mean Zos. You know, introducing higher difficulty overworld. Initially, it was just going to be a bump up across the board. But then they rode back on that, and I guess they decided to introduce a better but more complicated version where you will have in your settings overworld difficulty, and there'll be 2 or 3 different modes. We still don't know much about it. But yeah, that's the way it's gonna work now, apparently. Where are the traders here? Are there any traders? Yeah. Zill. So that'll be interesting. The fuck is Zill? Downstairs? There we go. Repair. Oh, he looks gorgeous. Look at him. Fucking hell. The beginning of Star Trek Discovery, when we're introduced to the Klingon Tukuvma, the radical guy who's gonna like try and unite the houses or whatever. That's what he looks like. And that Dremora armor is so like, yeah, whatever. We've all collected it 100 times by now because of this event that was going on right now. But yeah, subtly, a lot of the things that... yeah, nerd, exactly. A lot of things... people keep talking about the idea of having better rewards for high difficulty. Initially, it didn't even occur to me, but yeah, it keeps coming up. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. Alright. Let's quickly catch up with the chat that I missed. This one is weird. It's one of the hardest to solo. That was before subclassing. I haven't tried since then. You are a machine. Not at all, man. It's the build. It's not me doing anything special. I promise. Why isn't he moving around? Khan is the Dragonborn. Yeah, that was really tough after release. It really was. I think I just skipped it. Mion. He probably just... I was doing so much damage, he just didn't have the time to do very much. Imagine how I felt as the healer and raid lead. Yeah, exactly, Maya. This is with the health bug. I'm giving up ESO. Oh no, please don't. That's the opposite to take away. Ninja pulls, one of the main things that we repeat in our Discord. Is probably like the #1 message. The game is not as hard as you think. Yes, there are absolutely skill checks and you are rewarded massively for paying attention to mechanics, reading your tooltips, all of that good stuff. I don't mean to imply the game is shallow in any way. There is definitely a thing about mastery in this game. But actually the skill checks are hugely outnumbered by the, what should we say, knowledge checks. The skill gap is not that big. The knowledge gap in the player base is enormous. So if you just... there's the YouTube video I'm working on today, and hopefully it'll be out this weekend, which we showed the thumbnail for. Let me show you guys again. Because this was funny. It made a couple of people laugh. Let me just reframe it properly. That's the thumbnail I made this morning before we started the stream. Tired of being squishy? How to make yourself a little bit more tanky, because I'm constantly telling players, no, don't put points in health. Don't, like, don't gimp your damage by running, you know, heavy armor and stuff like this. I'm not wearing a scrap of heavy armor. I've made almost no concessions to damage whatsoever, but just by using the tricks that the game is giving us, the tools that the game is giving us, especially with subclassing and some of the other changes that we've had recently, there's a lot we can do to make ourselves close to unkillable, actually. So, yeah, this is what we're working on. Please don't... I know you're probably kidding, Chefsky, but please don't take that message away from it. This is not me being good at the game or anything like that. Or if that's a factor, it's a small part of it. I promise. I'm not just being modest. Genuinely, we did it the other day, right? We did a trifecta in Maelstrom Arena and a trifecta in Vadashran. I even did one when I was wasted. We did a drunk stream, and one of the stretch goals was for me to do Vadashran Hollows drunk. And I was hammered. Maya had to go buy a second bottle of vodka that day because people were buying us so many shots. And I still got a very cheeky trifecta. Now, yes, that's because I've done the content quite a few times, but mostly it's because of the 4 things I just talked about. The major resolve, the damage buffs, the potions and the food, and then Pragmatic Fate Carver plus Reaving Blows. It's just crazy good. Crazy good. The build doesn't even matter that much. Once you've got those ingredients in place, sets, doesn't matter. Right now I'm wearing Unsoul and Tideborn, which is pretty good. Pretty fucking strong. Especially as an all-rounder, you know?
I am a free egg sister from Black Marsh, here to make a business and prosper.
Yeah, but Lord of the Boss is easy when you know the mechanics. Some of the Scrivener's Hall mechanics. Yeah, I see, that's true. And I had right time for exams again. Yeah, thanks, man. Take it easy, we'll see you later. My mom was saying, maybe thought this is as strong as SPC, except I can survive better. Maybe, yeah. Maybe this is very comfy to wear. Breathable fabric, yeah. Maybe it just wicks away your sweat. Who knows, Erin? Thank you very much for the follow. Massively appreciate that, Juke Fu. Appreciate it. All right. But Lord, it's heavy armor. Breathable rubedite. Welcome back, Lily. How's it going? Yeah, space rubedite. 3 times lighter than regular rubedite. 5 times comfier. Daenerys, hello. Good insert appropriate time of day for your time zone. Good day. How about that? Very good day to you, Daenerys. How you doing? Yeah, I want that for my tanks. What did they say? 2 to 3 different modes? Oh, they said that it would be toggleable. So they didn't say 3. That's me speaking out of school. And that's not because I have any inside information. No. They haven't told us secretly there will be 3 difficulties. But since they said there are going to be levels of difficulty, we don't know how many. It's probably just 2. You know, normal and advanced or hard or whatever. Oh, and here it begins. All the trash in my inventory. It's heartbreaking. To be fair, I should leave some of these until I'm doing a another Plucking the Crow quest, shouldn't I? Smart. Ralicage tank, let's go. All those Germans will be super happy. You froze his brain, man. Brain like them. For me, Daenerys, it's morning, almost 6 a.m. Well, a very, very happy Friday to you. I've got to take a quick break to go and feed the dog. But I will be right back in mere moments. Let's catch up with chat quickly. Use your major resolve, yeah. As a German, I have to say this relocation looks pretty sexy. I'll bring this along. No! And damn it, Steve. Will there be more rewards in the harder overland or just difficulty? We don't know. But I imagine if they just upped the gold a little bit, that would be enough for me. I think that would be cool. But I bet they won't do anything. Alright, guys. Give me 2 minutes. Literally just a couple of minutes while I go and feed the lovely dog here. She's looking up at me so patiently. Please? I'll be right back. 2 minutes. And I'm back. Where were we? What are more bitchy world bosses? Blackwood. The toady one. Sorry, that was like 20 minutes ago at this point. And if there were any others that you guys... Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Toad tongue. This is the thing I never do, to be honest. And this is not a million miles off a setup that I would just bring to trials. Honestly, just lose the... I mean, I wouldn't run Rune of Displacement. Remorph that to the other one, if you have room for it. Get rid of Hurricane. And Elisus. And you're pretty much good to go. Like, this is a trial setup. Almost. And obviously you could run Hurricane. It's fine. It just wouldn't be necessary for the major resolve, and there are better things you could run for pure damage. I don't remember which one this is. Toad's tongue makes it sound like it's going to be the toad, but I know that it isn't. Oh, exploding barrels? You know what? I'm not even sure I've ever done this. Lunchies was served just now, yeah. Ooh. Seriously? On a gate? Oh shit, I blocked too late. You can't see him inside that negate very well. I don't think I've ever done this. Thank you for the recommendation. I've forgotten who was it that said this one. Can't say that word unless it's time, yeah. Maya's missing a lot. I mean, she is at work. She's just tuning in for a couple of minutes at a time. She probably can't have the audio on, or only intermittently. So yeah, this guy, like, gets me wrecked. What was he at, like 90% or something? After all the others being kind of... Oh no, why am I ulting? Okay, I don't even see the heavy attack coming. Alright, so I need to be really careful. I didn't even see it that time. I don't recognize this at all. So it's a Goblin War Chief. But yes, whoever it was that said it's easier when the mechanic is used. Right, so I need to use these barrels. Right, if I keep him highlighted, there, now we can see. He still hits like a motherfucking truck. My goodness. Kill the shamans, because that's usually a good idea. I've got issues with things not casting. I just had to flail 3 times before it went off. So the reeking flesh gets the dog's attention, or what? I guess. I genuinely don't think I've ever done this. That's so cool. Yeah, if you just block the heavy, it's not difficult. But yeah, thank you. That's awesome. What's the achievement for killing this guy? No, I didn't get an achievement, so I must have done it. I must have. Toad Tongue. I probably did it 1 time during an event. Wow, I did it 4 years ago. I probably did it once 4 years ago. There we go. Barrels up for the Durzogs. I see. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, just being funny to Maya. I already followed her with... I trolled her with the TS6 reveal. Centurion's Rise in West Weald. Alright. Misfeeding Time is a nice name for a tune. Misfeeding Time. Is it just my warped mind, or is that like I'm automatically sexualizing that a little bit? Cheers, Erin. Thank you, man. Hope you have a lovely weekend, and hope you don't actually stay up till 1,000,000,000 o'clock, as you said. Schnacks, if there's a tank there, you probably don't notice how hard that boss hits. That's probably it. It was probably during the first event. You know, it was like, go around and kill all these bosses. Or, you know, do X inside the zone. And there were probably 40 people there. So the thing just melted. You know how it is. Oh, and sexual as well. Right. Moose, wink. I gotcha. Alright, Centurion's Rise. Don't even know which one that is. Centurion's Rise. Oh, that's the one with the 2 ogres, right? Oh, fuck these guys. This one I do know. Doing the daily quest for the event. Yeah, so everyone was doing it exactly. Yeah, yeah. So I don't know how we got onto this. This was not a planned bit for today's stream, but welcome on in. I was just getting, you know, plucking the crow. Getting all the feathers for the Crowborn Horror, which we still need to go and do, by the way. It's gonna aggro everything in here. God damn it. Hello. And we decided to do a few random world bosses. So I said, hey, any requests? Any, like, world bosses which are infamous or which we have nostalgia for? Anything like that? I always go wrong here. Oh, what a shame. Somebody already killed it. I'm just going to have to leave and find someone else. A lot of footage you can use. I'm not recording any of this. That's the problem. Maybe I should be. Why don't we do the Crowborn Horror and then we can come back here. What group is this? What are we doing? What's up, Cyborg? I'm on the quest. I mean, do you guys need help with it? Very, very glad to help, but I don't need a shared. I was going to just solo it. Again, just to prove the point that it's a lot easier than people think. Hollow Jack. Oh, thank you, though. If you need a hand getting something done, I'll gladly help. But I haven't even made the effigy yet. I need to go and do that. That's very kind, though. Thank you. Awesome. Tell you what, since I haven't done it yet, why don't we port in and see if we can do it twice? I won't get the drops for the second time. Uh-oh, we have a death. No! Guessing somebody pulled while you were typing. Yeah, Major Breach. It makes such a difference. People forget to bring it. It's not as important as Major Resolve. And should be dead. Bonk. Oh, come on. Seriously, he shields at 0%? Fuck off. Just sit down, you big feathery... So, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, Cyborg, were you running Major Resolve there? Please don't say yes. That would kind of ruin the point I'm trying to make here. But yeah, I promise you guys, these are like tricks that you do before at some random build in progress. So yeah, no Major Resolve. It is the prep that you do before going in. Why have I got... Oh, people doing the Hollow Jack guy. Screw it, I'll join that as well. Even though that's none of you folks. Help out a couple of randoms. Oh. No, no one's in here. Oh no. Adoremus is in here. Hey, did you want the other one, Cyborg, as well? Quickly join us. Looks like we're about to pull this guy. Although I'm almost out of potions.
They all come back to me. You fail. Give up now.
And I needed to switch food here, didn't I?
They are illusions. Don't be shaken by them.
Welcome. Let the fear of my power wash over you. How can you seize the ground?
He's almost at 80.
From whence my patchwork pets are born.
Yeah, with more than a couple of players, we should absolutely just be able to push, ignore almost everything else. 2 sneak phases and bursts in between, and that's it. No need to kill the ads or the totems, probably. Yeah, look, he's already at 64 by the time he goes into sneak phase. And there are 5 of us here, so yeah.
He must not hear or see you.
Great voiceovers for this, Oh no, Cyborg! Oh no, Cost Striker! Or Code Striker. I don't think I know anyone in this group except Cyborg. Oh no! If you can hear me, obviously you got to sneak. Sneaky, sneaky, sneak. Alright, big burst now.
Oh, that was fun. Let's go.
Wall, major breach, flail, ults, fucking go. Oh no, he needs to be interrupted. Okay, so it does scale. So he has different mechanics if more people are there. I don't think I've ever done this with more than 4 people. So yeah, if you change someone, people need to bash. Oh, that's... Yeah, Ballorda's right. I agree with Ballorda in that case. Solo this guy. Or just duo him. Because that is annoying. Even though it doesn't matter, even though we didn't wipe. That sucks that I died because no one could be bothered interrupting the boss. Get a heavy attack here for resources real quick. Scapegoat, hey! Been a fan of your YouTube forever, first time here. Oh, welcome on in. Don't need to be a fan, just, oh no, Cyborg, that was unlucky. Just stands at the AoE. Alright, lots of people doing the mechanic this time. It doesn't help that the game tells you you're not sneaking. Really doesn't help. I'm out of potions as well. So we really need to burst him down now. Yeah, what's draining me? Is that if people die? That's strange. And then once you die, it's actually difficult to get out of sneak and to get back into sneak. Yeah, do this by yourself, man, or just with one other player. Right now, let's try and nuke him. And he does still take damage. If he disappears, don't worry about it. He's still there. If the hitbox is there, he will take damage. Come on. So the boss doesn't scale, but yeah, that's something I wasn't aware of. He has additional mechanics if you have over a certain number of people in the instance. That is interesting. I never knew that. I don't think I've ever done it with more than 4 people, and I've only done that once or twice with our dungeon group. Normally it's just me and Maya in here, or just me by myself. So there we go. And thank you again for the kind words, Scapegoat. Really appreciate it. Cyborg, first time in here? Yeah. Thought you said cockstroker then. Interrupts a real hard mechanic for so many players. I mean, there's a big AoE everywhere. People are kiting around. If everyone was just stacked on the guy, I'm sure. You know what? I'm just going to sell these. There's no point. doing anything else with them. These two, like, all my characters have them. My least favorite thing about these events is the way they fill up your bank with guff. But like I said earlier, I completely understand for a lot of players, it's like, oh, look at all these furnishings, collectibles, all this cool stuff. And for those people, I'm glad. But for me, yeah, it's a huge chore. I feel like I spend half the event just clearing up my bank. And there are going to be so many furnishings now as well. All these crap furnishings that I don't want. But yeah, I don't want to be a grumpy guts. That's just veteran player issues. For new players, it's all good. It's all gravy. Oh yeah, again, so Gade Thrash is saying the crow over your head is draining you. So again, if you've got the more people you have in the instance, I literally couldn't get rid of that bastard because people were... Although when I was in here solo a minute ago, I had a crow over my head for ages. And the only thing draining my stamina was the sneaking. So, I'm not sure how that works. But yeah, it looks like don't do it with a lot of people. Because their mistakes can ruin the fight. And there are additional difficulties and complications by the look of it. The amount of crows scale with the group, so you have more crows. Yeah. So yeah, just solo it. Wasn't the easiest thing in the world, but the only trick was sustained. I think if you brought, like I said, what was it, Vicious Ophidian we were talking about? As for the crow, I seem to remember that being very easy to solo. And again, I'm not talking about skill in the moment, like a really slick rotation or high-powered gameplay or anything like that. It's just all the prep is done before you go in. And fuck, speaking of which, I'm out of potions. I should make sure... Yeah, this encounter is designed to be on the more challenging side. You are encouraged to seek aid in the battle against the Crowborn horror unless you are very well prepared. Well, let me port out and get some potions. And good day, my lord. Raves Lord. How's it going? Likes to play catch. Yeah, so the name of someone in the group. I'm also over the other side of the room. A lot of players don't even know when they have to interrupt or how. But Lord, do you think? Wow. That would be news to me. I guess some don't. You forgot to tip your fedora. And that's when you open the menu, help, tutorials, combat, and link the interrupt section in chat. Last year Crow was so easy because it was bugged. Was it really? I don't even remember that. Let's just go and make some pots real quick. Because it is part of the whole point of the survivability I was talking about. It doesn't really work if we don't have any sustain. And we are partly dependent on the potions for that, so... alchemy, 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 where are you? There it is. Bonkity bonk bonk bonk. Bugloss, Columbine. Mountain Flower. I'm back, and stronger than before. Still no worm writhe hands? That sounds like a weird form of masturbation. That's like, I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, bro. You'll get them eventually, man. They'll drop for you. I might even have some. Once I get out of this loading screen, let me check. Worm, writhe, arm cops. No. Sorry. But if I do, I will think of you immediately. Oh my god, you pervert. Worm, writhe, hands. I'm sorry, man. It's right there in the name. There's nothing perverted about that. Also, it's a strain of humor I'm very familiar with because of, well, my friends, my wife, all of us. A bit like that. Welcome back, Erin. Erin 2.0 by the sound of it. Rando Sigma. Right, see, Rando Sigma appreciates the silly humor. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. We are now 5 follows away from 7.2 thousand. How fun is that? Alright, so this will... Oh, wow. It's got so much less HP than the Holojack guy. Let's have a look. I don't have an ult. That sucks. It's way easier if you can open up with a really nice burst. He's immune during that little bit, so you can sidestep those. I don't know why I'm being a moron and just not doing it. And this is good for getting resources back. You can heavy attack, you can heal, whatever. You get a little bit of respite there. Remember what else there is here. It's just a lot of moving around. Which again is a point in the Arcanist's favor, isn't it? Because the Arcanist rotation in inverted commas, so to speak, is definitely easier to keep up when you're moving. Yeah, there we go. That's just no trouble at all compared to the Hollowjack guy. But yeah, a lot more movement. I much prefer that fight. Even though it's easier, I think that's way more interesting. Way more interesting. There, you know, there are things that actually hurt. There's a couple of things you need to move out of or break free of, but the Hollowjack one, when you solo it or do it with two people, it's just... Oh, another thing that's draining my resources. Great. You know what I mean? I think this is a much better fight in terms of entertainment value. I'd rather have a thing where people can die suddenly and it's funny. But yeah, I guess the thing I've been missing with the Hollowjack is the fact that it does do different, more punishing, more interesting things the more people you have. Yeah, interesting. Ooh, Belorda saying to Vezok, yeah, do you have the same in-game name and PC? I got the braces. Yes, and thank you so much. Do you need anything? She just needs a big fat thank you. Guns N' Raiders cheese this boss by going far right when entering. Avoids a lot of AoEs. A lot of people try to cheese a life by going for the far right. Guns N' Raiders. It avoids you having to take responsibility for anything, doesn't it? Because the far right has all the answers. It's, you know, it's the other people's fault. Sorry, that was terrible. She doesn't need anything and sent. Sankey, thank you so much for the follow. Neon Light, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome to the band of Ninja Pulls. I'm just one half of Ninja Pulls Gaming. My name's Khan. The other half is my wife, Maya, who isn't here right now, but we like to stream together. But a lot of the time, it will be just one of us. These days, it's often me. We're desperately trying to get to the point where both of us can be here all the time and do this thing. Not just for ESO, that's our main game. But also bring you other stuff, like the recent Games Fest we did. Played through a bunch of shooters and RPGs and just critiquing how they're made and how they work on us and why we love them and that kind of stuff. So if you like what you see, please follow and keep coming. We stream almost every day, 5 days a week. And if you find that you've been watching for a while now, I would invite you to consider subbing. I know every streamer says that, but it is just a few dollars or a few pounds a month, the cost of a beer or a coffee, a relatively nice coffee, maybe. If you don't want to do that, there's always Ko-fi. You just a couple of dollars a month. And if we had a critical mass of people who did that, our troubles would be over. We'd be able to have a solid foundation and then make everything else be funded through sponsorships and things like that. But at the moment, we are absolutely not going to say no to the more traditional level of Twitch support. So there we go. If anyone is pleased that this channel exists, please consider subbing on an ongoing basis or using the link to Ko-fi. Thank you so much. All right. And thank you, Valorda, for being such a legend. And gifting the gloves there. Most, and I'm sure this boss needs cheesing. Yeah, but if you can, I'll try that next time. I guess the other reason people are plussing is because they want to do it over and over again, right? Is that the reason? But yeah, there we go. So Crow boss, very, very soloable. Hollowjack boss, definitely. soloable, but you need to be a little more... You can't just walk in and nuke it. You kind of have to do the mechanics, as I discovered. I wish I had a video of me soloing it from last year or the year before, whenever it was. Because in my memory, it was a lot easier than it was today. I don't think they buffed it or anything. I must have just done the mechanics and forgot about it. Yeah, Maya's here just in spirit. Thank you, Maya. We love you. In different ways, but... Thank you for making this channel a possibility. Like, if Maya wasn't out there working, how many hours a week is it now? It's like 18-hour days Maya's working, basically. Because when she comes home, she works on Ninja Pulls. I mean, I'm doing the same, but this is the job I really want. Whereas Maya is doing it so that we can pursue this. And Vezok, thank you so much. If anyone needs anything in chat, I have Wormwrithe boots, jack belt, and guards. Thank you. And thanks, Belorda. I'd rather have something where people can die suddenly and it'll be funny. You know what I mean? Like, I said this to... We were talking about this a lot when I was streaming the the Writhing Fortress. You know, the Phase 3 of the Writhing Wall events. And I was like, it's soloable. Why am I able to solo this? Not because I'm good. Again, it's just because I've got... It was a very similar build to this, in fact, that I was using in there. And I was soloing almost the entire thing. There are bits that would take ages to solo, but they are all soloable because the outgoing damage is, or rather the incoming damage from the player point of view, isn't that great. Gloomvex. Gloomvex, thank you so much for the donation on Ko-fi. Wow. It means the world that people are willing to do that. Legend. Thank you, really appreciate you. If there's ever a video that you want to see us make, hit me up. Let us know if there's a type of content that you think we're missing. We are always... I mean, our ears are open, our doors are open to anyone, but especially those who are supporting us at that kind of level, who've subbed for a long time, or who've gifted a lot of subs. I feel like it's the least we can do is to lend special attention to you guys. Right, should we do some Writhing Wall dailies now? Honestly, I really enjoyed just going around soloing some random shit and helping Cyborg with that as well. I learned something. So thank you again, Cyborg, for the invite. Fantastic. And yeah, Guns N' Roses. Yeah, that was too political. Yeah, I'm not right nor left. I generally am not. A friend of mine even makes fun of me for not picking a side. He said, oh, you know, can't you be... You're so painfully centrist. And I was like, isn't that... In this era, the radical thing to do is actually to be in the middle and say, hey, left, I see your point. Hey, right, I see your point. How about we stop fucking arguing and figure out the things that we agree on and start with that? I feel like that's the truly radical and novel approach at the moment. But yeah, no political party seems to want to try to do that. It's very difficult. Yeah. I view humans as people known by name. Fuck a culture or race or religion as these topics cause distress too much. Yeah. Yeah, you're not out to upset anyone, is what you're saying, yeah. You're like, thank you, I think I might have bumped you in-game too at some point. I do recognize the name, for what it's worth. So yeah, I don't know. Likes to play catch, wants the boots and guards. Nice! Oh no, what did you clip? Aaron, they're on my Sork. Just give me a moment. Thank you so much, Vezok. Wow, you guys are the greatest. Such a sweet thing to do. I know it's only a few minutes, but it's like, oh, I'm going to relog and get all this stuff that you guys need. We'll check what others I have in a minute as I've got to go wake up first. Or wake wife up. Alright, likes to play catch. Thank you too, that's amazing. Mion, they hate that you won't pick them. And Salix Malmas, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Most of Europe has always been central. That makes Americans so mad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's still this. It seems like a long hangover period. But, you know, after the recession, the prediction of me and many others was that, well, we are going to pay for this politically speaking, in terms of the rise of extreme populist politics on both sides. And it seems still to be happening in a big way. I don't know if it's been too long, if that could possibly be the same thing, but we are not here to talk about that. No. We're here to talk about nerdy, happy stuff, for the most part, and occasionally bitch about the game because we want it to work a certain way. Zarkon AD, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the Prime sub. That's amazing. Super generous. We really appreciate it. This is what keeps us going. Since September ended, I have been a little bit more lax in asking for subs and whatnot. But the truth is, if I don't give you guys the hard sales pitch every now and again, we will get to the end of the month, and it'll be like, well, that was pointless. I can't really justify streaming next month, and I do not want to happen. This is a lot of fun. I do not take it for granted that people are supporting it, and if I start to slip, if the quality isn't good, don't just leave, tell me. Let me know if I'm doing something wrong, or if we're missing a trick, or if we need to step things up. Like, we've got a separate streaming machine that's going to happen, so we'll be able to play some of the more AAA games with fancier graphics without having to turn shit down. Particularly Oblivion Remastered. I don't know what the issue was with that, but that was really causing problems. I think a lot of that should be solved if I just stream from a different machine and capture it on here, you know? That's kind of the whole point. It's how you're supposed to do it. But thanks, Zarkon. Very kind.
I can...
Alright. Couple of writs out of the way. Let's go and pay Solstice a visit. Seems like I could use a crown repair. Do I have one? Most American politics left I find weird because they're so far from European left. Yeah, it's a cultural thing. Like, what the Americans will often call, that's communist, is just like very center-left politics in a lot of Europe. It's quite funny. But I'm not saying the Americans are wrong. It's just a contextual, cultural thing, isn't it? But Lord, I'm a dump in my bank kind of girl, and we'll give stuff to people who need... Okay, I had to read that one twice. I'm a dump in a bank kind of girl. Gotcha. If I went into my bank and took a dump, then I don't think it would go well for me. Yeah, bro, where it says deposit, that's not what it means. And damn it, Steve, yeah! More nerdy gamer stuff. I wholeheartedly agree, man. There's so much fun stuff to talk about and to investigate and to learn as well. See, I'm already getting duplicates. It's day 2, man. And I'm already getting duplicate Glenmoral weird treasure maps. Yikes. Zarkon, anytime. You both do such a wonderful job streaming, explaining mechs and the game in general. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words and for the support. Don't want to get all soppy, but yeah, it means it's still a real trip for me. Kind of a head fuck, if you'll pardon the expression. When I actually stop and think, people are supporting, people are giving their hard-earned money to me and Maya to make this thing bigger and to keep doing it. It's crazy. We will not fail you. Wow, I got some cool stuff here from the event. I don't even realize how much Stirk Fellowship stuff I have lying around. So that's a repeat. If anyone needs shoulders, let me know. I can send those over. What did I want? I wanted crown repair. Boop. Now let's get on over to Solstice.
There you are. I have been expecting you.
Kind of crazy to have 2 events at the same time. I don't think there was any way around that, but I wonder if there's any time of the year where they could do this. Maybe if they want to do these kind of event, mass participation things more regularly going forward, they will need to rethink their seasonal event calendar. maybe get rid of some of them. Like the Valentine's one, the April Fool's one. I think the Halloween and the Christmas ones, or the New Life, they're just too good to pass up. And the Jubilee is probably a given. Guns N' Roses sounded a tad harsh, and I apologize. No, not at all. Probably the way I read it. Oh, but Lord, we did it! VOC group for tonight is full. I'm so glad. I always feel bad when there's a run like this in my guild, and I can't attend, and it's got like 1 or 2 spots left, but I really have... Well, I have to do other work tonight, and I've got a video to edit as well. So between those 2 things, yeah. Oh, I'm really pleased about that. That's great. Vezok is happy too. Most, don't think banks like it when you take dumps there. Maybe in the manager's office. They're into that. Also gifted some of the event furnishings to friends, because I know I'll never need them. Yeah, same. But Lord, are they who give must receive, or they most receive all? Oh, sorry. They who give most receive all. Sorry, Erin. That is a bit of a garden path sentence. And it sort of led me up the wrong direction. That's me being slow. Maybe read it in your head, Khan, before you read it out loud. But then again, I guess that's no fun. Good old Erie, nice. I wanted to join, but we have Dungeon Group tonight. So much game, so little time. Jeez, tell me about it. Welcome on in and good afternoon, everyone. Or good morning if you're in the US. Wherever you are in the world, happy Friday. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls, and I'm in a very good mood. As you can tell, having an awesome time with chat here. People are being generous to each other, to me, to the guild. I love it. Come and be part of it. And if you've got any questions about DPS, about anything, basically, in the game, it doesn't have to be technical, doesn't have to be a noob question. It can be quite,
Defend the caps.
can be a complicated, advanced thing, if you like. Of course, the more advanced it is, the less likely I am to have the answer on hand. But seriously, Q&A me. Do it. Put me on the spot. We were just having a conversation yesterday about the exact way that the Enrage mechanic works in Lucent Citadel hard mode. You know, Zorin, or rather the Arcane Knot encounter, the hard mode there. And yeah, there are 3 or 4 differing opinions. We eventually got to the bottom of it. Hey, Daenerys, we ain't found shit. Time for Battlefield 6. You strike me as an engineer, Subtlety. Nice. Take that as a compliment. I wish I had time for Battlefield 6. I'd be pretty down. Like that. That's not even the kind of game that I love the most. But yeah, anything that's really, really well crafted. Because a lot of the praise for 6 has been, you know, it's returned to its roots, but with an extra layer of polish. These guys, DICE, have done that kind of game so many times. They've done it well. They've improved again. Then they've strayed from the formula and pissed people off. And now they've come back and learned from that. And yeah, just a really beautifully polished gaming experience. Is one of the reasons I'm such a big fan of Valve. Like, Valve is a very vanilla studio to be a fan of in a lot of ways. Is like, they're inescapable. They're fucking everywhere. You know, it's like being a fan of the Beatles. But the truth is, Valve brings such a level of polish to their games. It's a thing I really, really admire. So yeah, I wish I had a bit more time for it. Battlefield 6 is a great game for buddies. Subtlety is saying, I played the beta with a friend. It was a great time. We both of us, Maya and I, installed the beta because we wanted to jump in. Just didn't have time to play it on either of the weekends that we had access. Just didn't even get half an hour. So yeah, we missed out there. But I've watched a few streams of it. It's a lot of fun. Damn it, Steve. When is the next Double XP event? I guess it'll be the Christmas, so the New Life event. Which is usually mid-December to early January. So pretty close, to be honest. Like, if you're too busy to make the most of this one. But Lord, I like to give, but I'm not into getting gifts. Makes me feel uncomfortable most of the time. I know what you mean. Actually, yeah, we had this conversation, didn't we? And Vezok. Just remember to have a national holiday situation coming up this weekend until Tuesday. So may not be available for the little game if you decide to do it this weekend. Oh, okay. I don't know if Maya is listening right now, but I'll try to remember to to DM. Would you mind DMing her that? Actually, Vezok, just in case I do forget. And but Lord, after yesterday's trial got cancelled, didn't want another one to be cancelled. Yeah. Yeah, that was a shame. I was all ready. I got like new setups and everything for the Gomez group. That's the Sanity's Edge hard mode group that we're running at the moment in Ninja Pulls. Fairly chill, actually, but a pretty strong group. And getting there, there are a few people who've never done them before. Or have never done those hard modes on that particular role. So it's no joke, I think, leading a group through that for the first time. If everyone's done it already, and they know what they're about, then it becomes a little bit easier. Hey, Boo-Rads! Welcome on in, and thank you for the follow. Happy Friday. The weekend is almost upon us, guys. Neon, like, how can I join your guild? So, yeah. Balorda already linked the Discord down below. That is probably the best way, and then you can post in a channel saying, yo, invite please, and one of the officers, whoever's online at the time, will throw you an invite. Daenerys, by the way, what was that about? We ain't found shit! Was that about anything in particular? Or just because you love to hear it? If so, I'm right there with you. Yeah, subtly that. Yeah, busy. But yeah, what a shame to not have time to do these things when gaming is increasingly becoming the thing that I do for a living. Stuff in and around gaming and talking about it, analyzing it, making content for it. It's a shame to not have time to do it. That sucks. But yeah, it do be like that, unfortunately. Yeah, join the Discord, write a message into the Join Guild channel. Thank you, Balorda. You're on the case. Damn it, Steve, trying to stock up on writs. I see. Well, have you considered buying any? I'm guessing they're quite expensive because the selling thing is fairly new. I still haven't worked out whether I should do them. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of surveys. I still haven't worked out whether I should do my surveys or sell them. Any of you guys got a view on that? I'm not saying I'll do it, but I have so many and they're piling up. There's an increasingly strong argument to just sell the damn things. Stamina is bugged on stream. Is it? Why are none of these popping? That's weird. I'm just gonna risk it. Not that stamina bar. Oh, fuck. Of course, when I go south, the one of the north pops immediately. Stamina is bugged on stream. Oh, I see. The Kofi. Yeah, that doesn't always update. That sucks. Maya DM'd. Thank you, Vezok. Legend. And I was just thinking of all the repeats of stuff you get in the reward crates right now. I see. Oh, that's so true. 5 crates later. 12 crates later. 37 crates later. We ain't found shit. Tim Russ does it better than I do. By the way, that is only... I think that's the second funniest thing in that scene. This is the bit in Spaceballs where they are combing the desert looking for R2 and 3PO. Oh, excuse me. Wrong movie. But yeah, that bit. I think it cuts to Big Helmet or whatever it's talking about. We've been combing the desert. And it cuts to a couple of goons literally running a giant comb across the sand. Then it cuts to another group. You guys found anything? How about you? And then it cuts to a couple of black actors. This is the 80s, right? A couple of black actors and they're dragging an afro comb across the desert. And that's when Tim Russ, who wasn't famous at the time, he turns around and goes, "We ain't found shit." And he put a video up on, I guess it was on Twitter or Instagram a couple of years back of him just like, he's got a cat tray in front of him and he's just like swiping an afro comb back and forth through the litter tray. saying, and he lists all his accomplishments as an actor. You know, however many seasons on Star Trek, however many movies he's done, the awards that he's got, whatever. And still, the thing I'm most famous for is for saying we ain't found shit. Clearly loves it, though. Yeah, Mion's saying do them. Mats are important. Some days you might be too lazy to do writs. I'm gonna have so many mats. I just wonder if I'd make more money quickly if I just sold the damn things. I mean, for context. So right now I have 131 enchanting surveys. Close to 100 woodworker. I opened up all my alchemy and blacksmith ones, so those are okay. But yeah, they're getting up into the hundreds now, which is not good. Yeah, so that's why I'm thinking, should I just sell them? I'd still make the money. That's ultimately why I do the surveys anyway, is to get loads of gold material so I can make money by selling them. Prices seem to have crashed as well, which I think that's got to be because the people who do that, what I do, they're buying loads of survey reports and thinking, oh, look at all the money I make, but they've inadvertently crashed the market. I don't know. So what do you guys think of the... This is a pretty good character to see it on. The new outfit in the Crown Store. Where is it? Sorry, I'm just messaging Maya. There we go, that one. Negligee of the Coven, Shrike. Obviously, this is a terrible character to showcase it. That's a lot of thigh you're showing there, buddy. Save them until double harvest event, Scapegoat? Maybe. Yeah, Miyun bought it. Love it on my Dark Elf. Does look pretty nice. I don't think it's quite as nice as... Which one is it? It's not Dreadful Dreams. No, it's not that. Oh crap, I could have sworn there was another outfit in here. No, maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, it is pretty nice. There was another one recently, which was a similar kind of deal. Quite revealing, but not too, like, gross or anything. Great for a Morrigan cosplay, that's true. Cereal, happy Friday. Hope you're all well. Yeah, doing great, thank you. Amber Lauder, I did some dungeons instead of a trial yesterday. First helped a streamer to get to Black Drake Villa hard mode. Speedrun afterwards got 2 trifecta runs for me. Nice. Yeah, I saw you at one point in a dungeon with Bluxy. Bluxy? I'd say that to make fun of him. Because he and his girlfriend used to be in the same raid group as I was, and she didn't really say it like that. But when she would address him, the raid leaders, Bluxy, it was always very funny. In a way that you like to take the piss out of your mates when they're there with their, you know, with their girlfriend, especially if it's a new partner or whatever, and they're being a little bit cute together, and you're like, oh, that was always fun. Good lord, Astera, love you. Sounded very British there. Some people are into crit farming, others into crate farming. Ba-dum-ts. Exactly. Good one, Erin. They're here all week. Eerie, nice. I just logged off the game as soon as I saw the cancel notice. Probably needed a night with Netflix anyway. Yeah, fair enough. But Lord, I looked at the costume and no, not for me. The shoes and legs. Dreadful Dreams is amazing too. Is that the other one that's in here? Yeah. I really like that one. Might get that. But not for this character, clearly. Should we get rid of this polymorph? I think I'm done with it now. To be fair, the best Halloween polymorph is probably this one, isn't it? Ooh, Maya's messaging me. She might be able to leave work a little earlier. Sorry, guys. Just texting the wife. It's got to be done. Sure it's not the dreadful one? The dress I want. Alright, let's take a closer look. You guys seem to be interested. I'll log to a quote-unquote sexy character, by which basically this character I'm on is pretty sexy. He's very, very lean, very muscular. He's a dark elf. They look awesome. But I'm a straight guy, so I generally mean one of the lady characters. I have a couple of Dunmer that look pretty awesome, actually. Although I don't tend to build any of my characters for that. I had one proper Barbie doll character, and that is, that's my Templar. She's very, very generic. Very tall, very pretty. But most of my others have something fun going on. Other than just, like, looking cool. Or looking pretty. Like, look at this one. Look at my Stamsork. It's one of my favorite characters. And she looks badass. Anyway. Let's try the Stamden. Well, yeah, Blux asked me to join Dungeons. He's great. Such a nice guy. Good old area. Waste too much money on these things. Yeah, same, man. Where did you have your wedding? They're called Blackters, subtlety. Alright. We had our wedding in a... I think it was just inside Wales, right on the border. I was about to bring up the in-game map to show you, but no, doesn't work that way. Let's have a look at this on a character that's a little bit more appropriate. This looks awesome, right? Very cool. So just a really unique silhouette. That's the thing that I think people underestimate when it comes to fashion. You got to start. All right, ignore the stupid clubs. That's just me being dumb with my weapon choices. You start with a decent silhouette, otherwise you're not going to get anywhere. This one's pretty cool as well. How about the one in the Crown store, not the crate one? Oh, she looks pretty cool. She can rock it, actually. Is it one of the first side boob costumes we've had in ESO? I don't know. But yeah, there we go. I still haven't decided about the Halloween skill styles yet. The pumpkin, languid eye, I think that is pretty cool. But, like, am I really going to use them? I don't really use skill styles. So, the answer is probably no. That's a skeleton, Khan. How to make characters ugly in this game. They always end up with cute characters. Did you see my necromancer just there? Do you go with a bow tie or a regular tie? That is a good question. Pretty sure I went bare-chested. Subtlety. With just a bow tie around the neck. And you're like cuffs, but with no shirt in between. I think that was it. I don't really remember. I'd had a lot of drugs by the time we did the ceremony. I love my pumpkin languid eye. Yeah, I can imagine. All my characters are pretty. Yeah, I mean, it's... The game does tend to steer you in that direction, but yeah, if you really want to make a bit of a munter as a character, you totally can. You've got to be kidding. Yeah, of course I'm kidding. Of course I'm kidding. Although that would be cool. Just realised how cool it would have been if I could say that and mean it. Looks also got a new cat. Ah, that's awesome. I love it. Nearly dry. The clubs looks nice if you color them white. I wanted to make them look sort of wooden, but yeah. Notice how huge the Stalk Fellowship maces are. Sturk. I much prefer Stalk Fellowship. Sorry, that's my A- Stalk impression. No, I haven't even looked yet. In fact, fucking hell, I was going to go to see the Impresario, all of this stuff. Is there an Impresario here? Let's take a look. Check out the Stalk Fellowship maces as well. Yeah, but Lord, it's really easy to make an ugly character. Just start with an Argonian. Lol. No, I'm kidding. I don't actually think that at all. What is the ugliest race? I guess the Orc. They look cool as hell, but they're inherently less pretty. But yeah, they sort of look cool rather than sexy. Is that fair? Right, so we wanted to... I love the hat. It's so cool. It's so dumb. But hang on, let me take that personality off again. It really doesn't help. So this is the one that's dropping as part of the Witches Festival. It's completely new. It's the only thing really that's new this year. We got the markings. The body markings are pretty dope. I actually kind of like those. On the hands coming over the shoulders. Yeah. That's a shame that it's only a skirt. There's no option to have like trouser legs. But come on, the shoulders and the head are freaking crazy. Depending on the character, it could look badass or it could look stupid. Like a lot of characters, it won't look that good. But it's something different. I like it. The shoes aren't amazing either. The chains. Heavy philosophical tomes. Yeah, there we go. Because their maker is pretty. Yeah. Ayo. And Mion, by the way, there is a body marking in the crates that looks really good with that dreadful dress. Don't know if I can post screenshots here, though. Yeah, I guess you can't. But I think I know the one you mean. Where is it? Where is it? You're definitely right. There's a very cool one. Not that one. This one. I'm sure that's the one you mean. But all of my punk rock Argonian is nice and my orc got floppy ear tips. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? A real basket case? Patrick Swayze and Chris Farley in SNL. You were wed as a Chippendale dancer, yeah. You know what? I only just, speaking of SNL suddenly, this is a really deep cut. But I only just saw the advert for gay beer that SNL did years ago with, again, I think it's I think it's Farley and Adam Sandler, where they go to the house sitting place. No water! And the pool is just empty. And then the pool fills up and a bunch of, like, hot naked guys in, well, not naked, but guys in Speedos show up. And it's like a beer advert, but all the men are gay. You guys ever seen that? Unknowingly, this has been referenced by people that I know for like a decade. And I never knew what it was. And there are memes that you've seen of Chris Farley like lifting the shades on his sunglasses. You know, the round glasses with the dark lenses that come down and then lift back up. That is a meme I've been seeing for years. But yeah, I only just saw that thing like a few days ago. I was like, holy shit. This is like a huge cultural artifact in my friendship group, and I've never seen it. Lancelot, alright, back from ads. Welcome back.
Over here, mercenary.
Yeah, sorry for the ads. At the end of the day, at the end of the month, I should say, we do look, and it does make a small difference to have those ads running. Not as much difference as perhaps we would like, or as the inconvenience probably doesn't feel worth it for you guys, but we really appreciate you sitting through them now and again. I love the white bear. That's cool as hell. So this is why I'm not buying the... I haven't bought the skill styles yet. The Halloween ones. You know, the pumpkin. The pumpkin is really cool. I do love that. I think that's great. And these are really fun as well. The nocturnal styles. But I bought the Warden Bear months ago and haven't used it. Literally never touched it. I don't use any skill styles, really. I think the only one I'm using routinely is this. On my Nightblade. Because red, it just feels right on that character. Yeah, Night Terror's body marking. ADS, fuck. Looks like a dustbin. Looks like a prison, but for your head. I love the commentary. That's amazing. Yeah, but the maces, they can look huge compared to the mall. Alright, let's have a look. Can we actually see these? Outfit styles. Stirk. Hey. One-handed, sorry. Oh fuck, they are big. Oh, if anyone's got a big, like, beefy orc character. Yeah, that's the shit. What's the 2H look like? Yeah, it's like the same size. Oh my god, you're so right. That's really funny. Thanks to the heads up, Lancelot. That's really good. So yeah, seek out those maces, guys. I like it. I think that's a cool look. Just don't run rapid strikes. That would look stupid as hell. I still hate that animation. Looks like you're a drunken tramp being attacked by a swarm of bees. Night Terror's body marking. Yeah, in the back you can see Vermina's face. And the dress is revealing enough that the face is peeking. I like that. That's fun. I like it when things work together like that. That is a fun trick. Also, I think some weapon designs are weirdly proportioned. You're absolutely right. Since when can't you do command on replies? I don't know. Aaron, my offline music library is now 262 gig and growing. Hell yeah. How much Pain of Salvation have you got in there? What are people's, like, desert island bands? Don't worry, there's no judgment. But if you knew you're going to be stranded somewhere for a couple of weeks, it doesn't have to be, like, all-time definitive. But what's, like, no pain, no salvation, yeah. Like, I might say someone like Brandy Carlisle, just because whatever mood I was in, I knew she'd be there to keep me sane. I might say AC/DC, because... again, it will always give you the energy you need. Maybe just be boring and say Beethoven, because it's fucking great and timeless. But then that's not like a... you know, a small collection of albums. I mean, Hackermans, you know what I'm saying? The example, like I said, Maces and Moors of Stoke Fellowship, exactly. Vezok are making a Lucien Lachance RP build for a dueling tournament. That's pretty fun. Lancelot, also believe Ancestral Breton Mace are also weirdly different in size. Let's have a look. I might not even have those collected. I don't normally bother with the Ancestral stuff until it's quite late. Ancestral Breton. So two-handed is like this. One-handed is like this. No, that one seems about right. Maybe you're thinking of one of the other ancestral ones? What else have we got? Could be Nord. Yeah, it might be the Nord one. They're practically the same. The two-hander's kind of underwhelming, right? And Orc as well. Maybe. Yeah. Dark elves have black skeletons. How do you get a black skeleton? It's a polymorph. It's called Bone Man. The only thing, it always puts Soundgarden in my head. They've got a famous song called Spoon Man. Whenever I see that Bone Man, it's from, if you played Skyrim, the Dawnguard expansion. There are bone men in the Soul Cairn that look a lot like this. They're sort of dark skeletons with a purple glow around them. Yeah, it's just a polymorph from Wraith Tide Crown Crates, I believe. Those Wraith Tide crates were fucking cool, actually, I remember. They also have mounts where you can see the skeleton on the inside. Lord, I want to know which dev is responsible for the Rapid Strikes change. It's probably a team effort. Like, somebody said to the animation folks, hey, we need this. It needs to have this duration and line up better with the feel of the attack. But yeah, I'm with you. I really don't like it. Not a huge fan. Vezod, Khan won't judge you, but I will. Lancelot, we need some scribing skill improvements. Like an additional skill for each skill line. Oh, that will come. I've no doubt they will do that eventually, but I would rather they focus on other... It's a little bit false to say focus on other things, because they're completely different teams working on one thing and the other. It's like when people said, including me, when they were making companions and Tales of Tribute, it's like, why waste time on that? Just fix the game. It's like, those are completely different teams that work on those things. Kind of a dumb position for us to take, but myself included, a lot of people did say things like that. I love this. Why so serious? That's a cool character. Hats off to Zen Lee. Erin, I've spent a dozen hours to make scripts that work to manage my library, label everything, arrange stuff in folders, make M3A playlists. Wow. Sounds like the kind of project I could really get behind. Erin, I just use Tidal. I'm boring. Good luck with it. AC/DC is great, puts me to sleep, it's so relaxing. I don't think when you put on You Shook Me All Night Long, you're supposed to drift off to sleep. You're supposed to want to go out and fuck. I think that's the idea. Or stay in, maybe. Who knows? Who knows what they had in mind? I don't think they meant it as a lullaby. And now look at normal Breton and compare ancestral ones. Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm a little bit behind there. Let's have another look. Breton. So Breton Mace 4, 3, 2. Man, 1 and 2 are rubbish, aren't they? But clearly this is 4, isn't it? It's based on 4. And the mall, that's actually pretty cool. It looks dumb with these colours, obviously, but that... This is probably a much more realistic weapon, but I think to hell with realism. I think there's a sweet spot where ESO can go between, you know, Kingdom Come Deliverance, where everything has to be relatively realistic, or in a lot of cases very realistic, in fact. And, you know, like, especially Asian games where the sword is bigger than the character wielding it, you know? There's like, Bone Man is a polymorph resembling a Bone Man from the Soul Cairn. Available as a legendary level reward in Wraithtide crates. Separate forms for Argonians and Khajiit, yeah. Only feeling I got for the attack now is hate. Jesus, Pelorda. I love that. Wow, guys, read that again. Pelorda saying, only feeling I got for the attack now is hate. Talking about the Rapid Strikes animation change. Man, I love your passion. Pelorda, that's hilarious. I don't know if you meant for that to be funny, but that's, like, I feel you. I see you. But you're also making me laugh. That's beautiful. Like the outrage. It's just very funny to me. Hey, Mr. Anomaly, thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it. Sorry, a little bit distracted. We've got like 10 different things going on in game and in chat. But yeah, Erin, feel free to tell me more. As a massive nerd, I wouldn't mind hearing about your setup and what you're using it for exactly. Watch while the silly companion tanks drag the boss away. Look at all those beautiful AoEs. And the boss is just not in them. Stupid Isabel. Look at her. Oh, there's an Azander as well. Which one is it? It's probably both of them. The heart, it breaks the heart. Oh, very funny.
Camp is secure.
Full order. While commuting, I used to listen to System of a Down in the mornings to get awake. That's a good one. Yeah, tons of energy. Both in the songwriting and also in Serge Tankian's vocals. They're not my favorite band by any means, but I respect the hell out of what they did back in, well, with the first few albums, really. There were a lot of new metal bands, and let's be real, most of them, even some of the big ones like Korn, were really not that interesting. I think System of a Down were way more interesting. Linkin Park as well deserved more credit than I gave them at the time. I mean, I was a kid, but I thought Linkin Park was just boy band with guitars, and they kind of were, but they were a bit more inventive than maybe I gave them credit for. And also, again, the vocals, fucking excellent. R.I.P. Chester Bennington, man. Yeah, look at all the companions ruining the AoEs. Exactly. Erin, I'm using Tidal 2. It's not available in my country. But I asked them nicely and they gave me special access. No way! That is cool! Alright. Mad respect. I keep thinking about whether I should quit Tidal because the pricing really isn't that competitive, and Apple Music keeps getting higher and higher quality, and they've got a really nice classical range now as well. I don't listen to as much classical music as I should for someone who's classically trained. I did piano, violin, viola, and some classical, some choral singing, stuff like that. But I don't listen to enough classical. Otherwise, I think I would make the switch to Apple Music. They have a much better system for... what's the word? Just for searching for the right recording of the specific symphony you want. You know, you put in Beethoven or Schubert or Rachmaninoff or whatever into any music streaming software, and you just get like the greatest hits. And it's a real pain in the ass to find a specific conductor or recording. And I think Apple added this a while ago. My dad was telling me, because he's a massive jazz and classical music guy, so he was talking me through it. This is like over a year ago. I still haven't really checked it out. It's almost a jousting, Lancelot, yeah. Well, you would notice, didn't you? Erin, Tidal, and Quobus are pretty good to get high-quality audios. Quobus sadly not replied yet. I see. Feels like I've been listening to a lot of Septic Flesh lately. Yeah, you mentioned. Decent. I went and listened to them after we had that conversation. Pretty good. And Lancelot is waiting for a new release from my most favourite band, Hollywood Undead. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if I've heard of them before. Go on, hit us with a recommendation. I know it feels a little bit lame to say, oh, it's a bit like this band crossed with this band, but even if you have to fall back on something like that, pique my interest, let's go, and I'll put it on when I'm done streaming today. Damn, give them a listen. I definitely will. The Hollywood Undead. I know it's one of those names, I might well have heard of them, but just forgotten. I used to be way more fussy. I don't know what happened. But I used to be a bit of a snob when it came to heavy metal in particular. Anything that wasn't quote-unquote true metal, I had a bit of a tough time with. like taking it seriously. Or I'd put it on and think, why am I listening to this when I could be listening to Emperor? You know, and it's not really the right attitude to take. I missed out on bands like Avenged Sevenfold. Yeah, those guys are corny as hell. But it's taken all the energy of like Blink-182, all the fun and exuberance of that kind of music, and just imbuing it with a lot of heavy metal tropes and songwriting and instrumentation. And it could be a lot of fun. They'll never be one of my favorite bands, hell no. But by turning my nose up at them, I think I was missing out. Hollywood Forever and Savior. All right, we're gonna have to check these guys out, right? The store isn't letting me buy crowns. What? Likes to play catch? Unheard of. This is the problem with this event. I just end up spamming the siege camps because they're the only really interesting bit.
Feed the flames.
Oh, I wasn't quite out of that in time. Oopsie. Never got into their studio stuff. But yeah, saw Avenged Sevenfold, good old era, when they opened for Maiden years ago. They blew my mind live. Yeah, honestly, I didn't pay much attention to them at all. I just saw the branding and the whole look of the thing, and I thought, that is not for me. When Mike Portnoy joined them for a while, I paid a little bit more attention. But it wasn't until I was doing... A mate of mine and I did a countdown of, like, Rolling Stone's greatest prog albums of all time. And we listened to that. 50 albums a week each. And so it took us about a year to listen to the entire rundown. And we both had a fucking awesome time. And it gave us loads to talk about. We'd be messaging each other during the week. And when we met up for drinks, we'd be talking about shit that our other friends were like, huh? What the hell are you talking about? So yeah, after we were done with that, we started on a heavy metal countdown, and Avenged Sevenfold were in the mix. I think that was the first time I really gave them a chance. City of Evil? My once a month treat isn't happening. That sucks, likes to play catch. What the hell's going on? Lancelot, their first albums when Deuce was the lead singer, were also amazing. Hey, Orodine Cake, happy Friday! Welcome on in. For some reason, we're talking about music. I think I blame Erin. But yeah, good old Aries. It's not for everyone. It's very silly. I think my mistake was in taking Avenged Sevenfold a bit too seriously. Whereas it's very much, it's a bit like Motley Crue. You know, if you take those guys seriously, you're like, where the fuck are these guys coming from? I can see that they had some talent, but it's once you realize how much of it is tongue-in-cheek, and they're just kind of being, they're just leaning into the whole rock star image and having a lot of fun with it. I think there's an element of that. That's not a great comparison, but I think you know what I mean, hopefully. But Lord, I'm doing the soul quest in public dungeons and combining that with killing the bosses, because the event furnishing are dropping from those. Yeah, fair enough. I don't really care about the furnishings. I guess that's the problem. But yeah, maybe let's do a Vitrified Soul quest real quick. Where have I been fortunate with these? Probably Cold Harbor's been one of the best ones, because everything in there is a viable target in the first place. Likes to play catch. I know, right? No! Lancelot, every single album they've dropped, the songs are meaningful and written perfectly well. When you say perfectly well, it's like, oh, it's okay. It's fine. I think I know what you mean, though, yeah. And there's like, nothing gives me more dopamine than music-wise than finding new amazing metal bands. The more aggressive, the better. I sent a message to Pure about this the other day, Vezok. I remember listening to Deftones a long time ago. Specifically, Adrenaline, Around the Fur, and White Pony. These are like old school things that came out when I was very young. And again, new metal, not really my jam, but they were kind of different. Sacramento bass metal. And I thought they did something cool and something which I hadn't heard before or since. But I never really paid any attention. I just assumed this is a band that is... They've said everything they have to say. But a couple of places. So one of my friends and an article I saw on a website the other day recommended Deftones' newest album. It's called Private Music. I've listened to it a few times through now. And yeah, it's I don't know if it's a great work or anything, but it's a lot of fun. And again, not a band that I would typically say, oh, that's exactly my kind of music. And Belord, I'm doing the Soul... Oh yeah, sorry, I already read that one. Sounds like a really cool project, actually. Yeah, it was really awesome. The prog countdown. That one particularly fascinating. One of my favorite albums ever, probably, now, is one of the ones that neither of us had heard of. A French-Canadian band called Harmonium from the 70s. It's incredibly hippy-dippy, and it's all sung in French. So cool. Now, I listen to it a few times a year, and it's just a fucking delight every time. I think the album is just called Le Quatre Saisons or something like that. You know, the 4 seasons. So yeah, we both learned a lot. And it was really interesting. Really varied as well. Lancelot, so basically Hollywood Undead is like a new metal band. Their songs are unique. They make ballads, rock, rap rock, etc. Sounds good. My first ever song I listened to by Hollywood Undead is Levitate. You're going to make me think of the Sleep Token song now. And Aaron, I'm currently jamming to Hawaii Part 2. It's an experimental concept album by Miracle Musical. One of those albums that doesn't fit neatly into any single genre. Blends dream pop, progressive rock, baroque pop, world music, and electronic influences into something surreal and cinematic when I have to listen to it now. What the hell? That sounds too interesting. Like, even if it's shit, the premise that you just described is too interesting not to check out. Do you know what I mean? And clearly it's not shit from that description. I would suggest listening to Dream Suite in C major, S-E-A major, from that album. Very strongly suggest. Something to listen to when in a calm environment. There's a new Enthroned single up, and it's a banger. Hell yeah. Again, not one of my favorite bands, but a band that their old school output interested me. The Polish black metal band Behemoth, or as they say, Behemoth. So Behemoth or Behemoth. They've done some cool shit in the past. They've also done some stuff which was not that great, I thought. But, you know, their commitment to black metal is admirable over the years. Holy shit. And their latest album, I think it came out last month in September, is pretty decent as well. Only think I've managed to listen to it twice, but it's very easy for black metal to become a little bit samey. So to get through an entire album on the first listen, I think is already a good sign. No, new metal bands, recent bands, not new metal. I got what you meant. Yeah. Vincent Van Hilal, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. We appreciate it. For those who are joining us recently, this is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. I am solo today. Maya is not with us. She's the other half. The better half, you might say, of Ninja Pulls Gaming. But yeah, we've been having a fun time with the dailies, chatting combat, soloing stuff. Ooh, let's see if I can get any credit for this one. Man, my Boproc did not want to fire at that guy. Although apparently they both went off. Because I now have 1 stack left. It plays merry hell with the server performance. It really does. Jeez. Lancelot, my first ever song, and so we already covered that. Not huge on Behemoth. Yeah, me neither. I've sort of blown hot and cold. I thought Zoskia Cultus was pretty cool. It's just such a... Black metal has already tried almost everything. It feels that way. So whenever I hear anything remotely fresh sounding, I'm always super impressed. Like, I love Death Heaven. The sort of shoegaze black metal. Like, it's extremely heavy, but you could put it on and then just go to sleep. They released a new album over the summer, which is freaking killer. I think Lonely People with Power, it's called. But yeah, any other recommendations people have got? Hit me up, let's go. And were there any questions about the game? Maybe we could get back to that. Soloing stuff, so the YouTube video we're working on, and which hopefully I will finish this weekend, should do, is all about how to increase survivability without trading off your damage. Because you don't want to build like a tank, you want to build like a damage dealer, but I see so many people dying to stuff during this event, during the Witches Festival, and even some of you guys who came in and saw me soloing things are like, whoa, what? I think a lot of people just don't realize how much power and survivability we have been given access to simultaneously. So I thought it was worth highlighting that in a quick little vid. It's going to help people. Good old Eerie. Speaking of shoegaze, I've been listening to a lot of Swedish band called Moth Gatherer. I know those guys. I've definitely, yeah, I think that's probably the algorithm has just pointed me at a couple of their albums. And I was intrigued by the artwork. So I've listened to them a little bit. It's because of the kind of music I listen to, yeah. Moth Gatherer, very heavy, very dark. I guess it's sludge doom rather than shoegaze, but they are great. I don't think I realized they were Swedish. But yeah, can attest. That's an interesting one as well. A lot of smaller black metal bands coming up with some amazing music recently. Yeah, the genre just never goes away. But it, do you know what I mean? That it feels like something which doesn't innovate. I'm never using Killer's Blade. It's so dumb. Don't do what I do, guys. Be better. Aaron, a friend of mine who's a big metalhead, gave me their playlist, and it's 50% Arch Enemy. I think he likes that band. So Arch Enemy is good, but I would say if like melodic death metal is your thing, they are like entry level. Not because they're bad or anything, but just they have a strong sort of mainstream appeal. It's like getting into sci-fi via Star Wars. Not because I'm dunking on Star Wars. Star Wars is fucking awesome. But it is like a gateway to many other things which go a lot deeper, a lot more off the beaten path. Weirder. More interesting. Yeah, Arch Enemy is decent. Again, they're just so prolific. I feel like they have... either some of their albums haven't worked on me very well, or there's quite a lot of variation in quality from one album to the next. They can have an absolute killer record with banger tune after banger tune, like back to back, and then the very next one will feel very bland and like you've heard it all before. But yeah, they're good. Definitely worth keeping in the mix. And a lot of people go there because of the gimmick of having a female vocalist. And then they realize, no, there's no gimmick here, this is just fucking great. Alright, Red Dead Dovahkiin, I love that name. What sets would you use for a solo Stam Warden Arcanist DPS? Try to throw something together, but I'm out of touch with sets. So, relatively easy one to start with. It depends what you're soloing, but I'm running Unsul and Tideborn on this. It kind of works everywhere. It's not the best, Sul'Zan is often very good when you're running solo, but it is conditional. So if suddenly you kill all the ads, then you're up against a boss, that Sul'Zan buff will run out, and then the 5-piece is dead the whole time. This can be good, because if there's an interrupt, no one's going to get that interrupt but you. So you'll actually sometimes get that extra 7% damage boost. That could be lovely. And if you are slotting Reaving Blows, which I am, to heal you during every tick of the beam, then the beam becomes a defensive and offensive move at the same time. You've got this 11.7k shield and a lot of healing ticks per second thanks to Reaving Blows. You run Tideborn, this is going to buff your direct damage by 12%. Which in turn increases the healing done by Reaving Blows. Now you may not need that, but it is a nice little bonus interaction if your direct damage tooltips are also but you know, it's sort of 2 for 1, you know what I mean? It's increasing your damage and your survivability. The only thing I would say is make sure you have Major Resolve. It's one of the things we keep talking about. It doesn't have to be Hurricane, but that is probably the best for damage. But they're all pretty good, to be honest. If you're making, as a Warden, if you're making use of Winter's Embrace, that's got some damage components in there, along with survivability, then you can use Frostcloak for that. If you're using the Arcanist side of things, Crux Weaver Armor, really, really good, because it gives you that free Crux. So don't forget about Major Resolve. But yeah, I'd say Ansul is a trial set, but it's very easy to get. You don't need Perfected, fuck that. Just go normal, doesn't matter. Yeah, sure, the extra line of critical chance is very nice, but it's absolutely not necessary. It's not going to make or break the build. It's like a 2% difference in damage. Maybe a little more. And Tideborn is literally a crafted set, so boom, easy. What else? Stuff like Briarheart. It's got a little bit of extra healing on it. Very strong. Very bursty. And when you're solo, a lot of fights don't last that long. Don't know if that helps Red Dead Dovahkiin, but yeah, feel free to follow up if you want to clarify or ask anything else. Hey, Vezok began working on mine for you. Nice. The new Star Wars trilogy is a great gateway of getting people into sci-fi. I mean, any of them, really. Even the ones which aren't very good. I still think they serve as a decent gateway. I got lucky that time I was hanging out in exactly the right camp. Hell yeah. Like, I know loads of people who saw episode 1 or 2 when they were kids, before they'd seen the OGs. I was aware that the OGs were supposed to be the good ones, so I made sure I watched those first. But I wasn't a kid, I was like 13 or something by the time I saw any Star Wars. Look at this guy. Just immediately running off. I'd love to know how the fuck that aggro works. This poor guy just minding his own business. And the boss makes a beeline for him all the way across the room. Like, why? How is that calculated? I'd actually love to know. Bonk. Two Boprogs during off balance. Hell yeah. Whoever's doing off balance here, bless you. Red Dead Dovahkiin, yeah, that does help. Thanks, man. Anytime. Seriously, anytime. That is probably the easiest question we've actually been asked today. Thank you for wording it a little bit more specifically. I've got some Ansors in my stash. Been using some Order's Wrath also. Great set. Cannot go wrong. Cannot go wrong. Like, oh, a Worm Writhe Belt. I can join you there, Vezok. Is it you who got so many of these? Apologies if it wasn't. But yeah, set recommendations can be tricky because the quote-unquote best set to use in any given situation is usually one of these conditional sets, like Sul'Zan's Torment, like Aegis Caller. You know, they work really well in this specific fight or a specific type of fight, but you cannot... It's not the best idea to recommend them as like a general one-size-fits-all set to run, because if you're in a mobile fight, Aegis Caller sucks. You know? If you're fighting a single boss for quite a long time, like a minute or two or more, Sul'Zan sucks, despite them both being really strong sets. Like, Sul'Zan is probably the strongest set in the game in measurement of pure stats. If you have a permanent uptime on it, it's amazingly good. But so yeah, that's the thing that I really like about the combat system here, is the situationalness of a lot of the best sets, and even some of the abilities and stuff like that, and even group comps. It's very, very sensitive to the type of fight you're in, how it's being done. So yeah, I love sets like Unsul, and I think Unsul used to be overrated, but since subclassing, that percentage bonus is even better than ever. But I love sets like this that give you flat stats that are just present anywhere you go, whatever you do. If you switch targets, you don't lose anything. You know, if enemies die and you have to wait for a moment, doesn't matter. Multi-target, single target, trash mobs, they just work. Hey, Chrissy Walker. Or Chris Skywalker, sorry. Drops. Drops are happening automatically as long as your Twitch account is linked with your Elder Scrolls Online account. Make sure that it is. Yeah, those drops will be earned just from watching streams. And don't worry, I will be raiding off shortly, but I'll raid off to someone else in the category, so you will still earn all the drops you need. Yeah, I think it's 1 hour, 4 hours, 8 hours, if I'm not mistaken. So we just had a player die. There's no way that should have happened. They're just not running Major Resolve. I promise you guys. That's what's happening here. It's become a real crusade since this event started. Oh, for God's sake, is he on me? Hey, Ice Quen Lady, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Happy Friday. No, he's not on me. He just looks that way. Keeps turning where I happen to be standing.
Well fought, Fellowship. We pushed the enemy back.
Yeah, take your time, Bezok. And Aaron, ESO is in the best state at the moment for sec recommendation. Okay, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I think you might be right. It's quite easy for someone in my position who gets this question a lot. I'm finding it a little bit easier to answer than I used to. That's a very fair point. If you don't have a lot of experience and want to start somewhere, you can slap on Order's Wrath and Tideborn, both craftable, and Selene, non-DLC dungeon monster set, and you can get very far using it. Yeah, you really can. Also, this mythic, I use it almost everywhere. It's just so good. And again, there are other mythics which will outperform it situationally, here and there. But as a sort of a general thing, if you just feel a little bit lazy, you just want to chill, you're not being particularly sweaty or score pushy, you know, you can just run these 3 sets. And yeah, you do risk overpenning. That's the only problem with this recommendation. You got a line of pen there on Unsul and a line of pen on Tideborn. If those are wasted, that is kind of a big deal. We only get so many lines of stats from our sets, so if one or both of those pen lines is unneeded, which I'm pretty sure it is here. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm overpenning like crazy. Although... If no one's doing Major Breach, I guess I'm fine. But yeah, with Major Breach, I'm way overpenning on overworld bosses. No, more of the Infernal. Yeah, more is great, maybe easier to get. I do love more of the Infernal. It's a lot of fun. Friendly Dodo over the bear. Lancelot currently using Tideborn, Deadly, the Blind, Mask, and Velothi. The Blind. Oh, interesting. That's fun. Yeah. Also, gear doesn't. It helps a lot. It can help a lot, but it's not like hugely important. There's a little bit of heartbreak I feel every time I encounter that new-ish player who's got confident in dungeons. They're just getting into trials and they're really excited. They're going to collect their first set of Unsul, or it used to be Reliquien, you know? And they're like, oh man, I'm going to have so much DPS. And I'm there thinking, it's going to add like 3 to 4k DPS to what you already have. It's not going to transform what you're doing. Sorry, bub. But I was in that position as well. You know, once you get into, yeah, collecting this set to boost my DPS, and it's part of the psychology of an MMO, that chase.
You wear your honor like a mane, proudly.
Oh yeah, of course, one piece. I thought you were using a two-piece. I was wondering why that would be, but yeah. Slimecraw no longer is superior. It used to have that two-piece. Crit chance used to be lumped into the one-piece bonus. Not anymore. It's a very shiny lady. Oh, she's gone. I like its look, that's why I picked that one, yeah. It does look cool. Can't type, apparently. Again, the colors really don't do it any favors. But yeah, that's really cool. Like, after you've smashed her mask open, see that she's all fucked up and blindfolded underneath. Yikes. That's another boss, which is a little bit... Isn't she a little bit flirty? I think I'm probably getting her mixed up with Thoat Replicanum. But I feel like the blind also does a thing of, oh, don't hurt me. Like this, when she takes a certain amount of damage. Alright. Well, I think we're probably going to have to leave it there, guys. It is coming up to 10 to 4. I've got a million things I still need to do today, but hey, I have had a really, really fun stream today, even more than usual. Please remember to support NinjaPaws if you're able to. If you've got a Prime sub about to expire, you know, please consider throwing it our way. We would really appreciate that. But I know there are some excellent, excellent streamers in this category alone, which are probably vying for that as well. But yeah, thank you for all the support we got today. If there is any more before I finish up, now's the time. And let's figure out who we want to raid off to. I have no idea who's online at the moment. Let's have a look. But yeah, I really want to make it clear. I do appreciate all the energy and fun in the chat today. I've loved it. It's been really good. Thank you for the follow. Hey, why don't we raid into Tammy? Haven't raided her in a while. If you don't know Tamer Shadow, she's lovely. She's really, really nice. Great hang, chill vibes. She does a lot of the same kind of stuff that I've been doing so far. She does a bit of PvP as well. If you don't know her, you're in for a treat. So, as usual, the three things. Hang out. Give them at least 5-10 minutes before you head off. If you've got to go somewhere else, if you've got to lurk, absolutely fine, no problem. Stay for the drops, whatever. 2, please say hello. And 3, consider throwing a follow in there. Love sending people over with a big raid and then getting a load of follows for the streamer. So yeah, say hello to Tamer. You guys are in for a treat. Have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. And I will be back tomorrow for probably a bit of a longer stream. Thank you, DJ Tech, for the follow. Lancelot, GG, and thank you for the stream. Happy Friday, everyone. Likes to play catch. Thank you, Khan. A pleasure as always. Hope you get to enjoy the rest of your day. Of course, thank you, guys. I'll be doing the event stuff. Erin, raid, sub-raid. Nice one. Alright, sending you off now. All the best.